Let's just jump on in. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it so much. Big hugs to everybody. Hit the like or hit the thumbs down. I don't care which one. Hit the thumbs up, hit the thumbs down. Matters not to me. I really could care less. Just let the algorithm know you have been here. That'd be great. Gotta get me some coffee. There's a lot of chatting going on already. I appreciate that. Listen, I try to run an interactive kind of chat, guys. So I appreciate it when you guys get involved. Listen, I had no plans of even doing a live tonight. And I was just busy doing my covert research. And my name was brought up in a chat on a panel. Now, my name's brought up in a couple of different places, and a lot of people send me stuff. I don't react. I could really care less. But what I do care about is being misquoted. And listen, I do good all on my own, right? To cause trouble, to get myself in trouble, to get people to hate me, to get people to dislike me. I can do that all by myself with my own mouth. I don't need somebody doing it for me. I'm well documented. To me and to some of the people that were in PCT's live tonight, the way she represented what I had to say, it sounded a lot like I was that I'm a racial person, that I'm a racist. I didn't bring up skin color, guys. I never said I was brown or different colors. She just mixed it all up. And for those that are OGs here and have known me forever, I talk about me being white all the time. Now look at my picture. When I'm talking about me being white, I'm not necessarily talking about my skin color. I'm talking about the whole overall thing. And everybody knows that about me. Long before this stupid stuff started happening in our nation, I've always said me and my white self, meaning all this freaking white hair. We've talked about me being an albino. Have we not? Have we not? We've all talked about it. So when Tina came on and said, how could she say, she questioned me, I'm white. So I said, I'm white. And then I went over and listened to hers and she said she's white. We've been talking about my albinoism forever. We actually looked up a bunch of stuff on it to see if I did have albino in me. No, so there's one misconception, right? Don't lump me in with shit that you're doing because I don't need it. I just don't need it. I did get upset the other night about some stuff, but listen, you don't have to agree with me. Nobody has to agree with me. I've stood on many, many mountaintops by myself because I was the only one willing to climb. And I'll continue to do that. I'm not a follower. I'm a total leader. And I think for myself. I go against the grain. I don't care who I have to come up against. I stand my ground. And I will always do that. Always. I grew up. And nobody walks on me anymore. Nobody. So if that means that I'm standing alone, I'll stand alone. Believe what you guys think, whatever you guys want to think. And I'm not affected by it at all. But I will tell you, and I'm going to show you what I got upset at. Where exactly in that live I got upset. And I'm going to show you everything that I said in that chat that somehow Tina was embarrassed and then she wasn't embarrassed and then whatever. I don't know. But we're going to show it because don't label me as something, and don't misquote me, and don't put somebody else's quote on top of something I'm saying, because believe me, I say enough out of my own mouth that I don't need to take credit for anybody else's. Let me see who else here. Thanks, guys, for being here. Hit the thumbs up, the thumbs down. I really don't care. I want the algorithm to know we're all here. Mary Jane Doe, hello. Melly Joe, thank you for being here. My mama, Mrs. Barbara, I love you so much. I think we have to understand that people see things differently and have a different perspective. I would absolutely agree with that, Mary Jane Doe. And you know what? This is how I look at it when we're talking about what's going on in LA and around the world. This is how I look at it. I could sit all day long on the internet or on TV or whatever and find something on there that's going to agree with me, right? And I could sit here and I can read it all to you guys, and I can show you on my iPad, and I got it. You know, we can all do that, right? The best thing to do if you want a truly real version about what's going on and the truth is just to go to one of those channels where the chopper's up in the air and there's no commentary and they're going all over the city, and you can see for yourself what's happening. Because see, I too saw some real injustices today. There are police officers in the hospital today, but we don't hear none of that, right? That doesn't matter. Anyways, those are my thoughts. And everybody heard me the other night, so I don't have to go on about that. The only reason I'm doing this live is because you're not going to do that to me. No. Hi, Miss Donna. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Sunshine, my Idaho friend. Good to see you, love bug. You're stuck in top chat. I'm so sorry. I don't even understand top chat. I thought the mods were never in top chat. I never going to sleep. Hey, Sierra, my girl, my beauty girl, my beauty girl. My heart goes out to Sierra, you guys, and it's just a personal thing. I love my girl, and I love her boy, and children should never, ever, ever be hurt, even on the internet. Cooey Lulu. Good to see everybody. Thank you. I'm watching a little live police pursuit in the car that drove through the police line in LA. He footballed. Oh, he footbailed right now. It's crazy out there. I'll just hibernate. No. I think I messed up with the last update, so hopefully it'll be fixed within the next update. Okay. Can you guys, this is like CNN leaning network news. Isn't it cool? Lunch lady, our sweet, sweet lunch lady, made it. I love it. I really do love it because it makes me sound smart and interesting. Both of which may or may not be true. Gotta go there and fix my coffee. I'm just running through chat to catch up. Aloha, Sean. Good to see ya. My sweet lover boy is here. No one believes anything she says for real. Well, you know, I listen. I wish people to. I don't harbor. Thank God I don't hold grudges too much. I really just don't. I feel sorry for people. I really do. And I even people who have done me way wrong, I always wish them the best. But for me, I never. You can call me a lot of things. Don't ever call me a racist. And that may not be what she meant at all. And in my heart of hearts, I don't think she meant that. But what I do know is you have to be careful with your words. You have to think before you speak sometimes, especially when we're speaking on other people, because that to me and to quite a few of my mods, sounded just like if it was left like that and I left it like that, then people in her, listen, there were people in her chat that can't stand me and I don't really give a shit. But there's one in particular that goes to every chat he can get to and talk shit about me that's true and absolutely untrue. Wait a minute, I don't even know if it's anything that's ever said about me is true. I don't think so, though. So that's just another thing that she gave him to run with. And I don't appreciate it. Hi, April. Good to see you, honey. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it so much. Aussie True Crime, my friend. Hello. Thank you for coming in. You guys hit that thumbs up or the thumbs down. I don't really care. Just hit one of them. Bam. It's 2:30 in the morning here. I'm on this damn thing. All right, let me get my... There's always going to be people who don't have all the facts. Right. Oh, well, he has no facts. He has zero facts with the shit that he runs out the mouth saying about me all the time. And I don't respond to him. Not even on this channel do I respond to him anymore. Because he doesn't have balls enough to get up on a panel. Now, if he wants to go on a panel, I will gladly go toe to toe. Let's go. But pussies everywhere. They're everywhere. And it's worse when it's a man pussy. I just don't dig it. I hate weak men. Y'all, I don't like a weak man. I don't. And he's weak. But the problem is that when it's left out for speculation and to your own interpretation, he's going to run with. What do you think he's going to run with? I don't need it. Let me get my coffee. I'll BRB. There's no real men who like being here because of you. Oh, there is a real man who likes being here because of you. He is me. I like great company on the YouTube channel. This is one of my favorites. Thank you so much. Sean, you are well loved here. You are well loved in this community. I don't think I've ever met such a kind man. Seriously, I really don't. You've been so kind to everybody who's ever come in here. I just appreciate that so much. Yo, Wednesday, what do you want? What? According to Leanie, oh, he must be right, though. He's a data scientist. Yeah, there's that. Sean is awesome, isn't he, April? I mean, we love us some Sean around here. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to go stir up my coffee. We are lucky to have him. We are. We are being...
Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. We're bastards and we're gits. We're wankers and we're shits. But sometimes that is just one word that absolutely fits. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. A fact that any Catholic won't deny. I once shagged my girlfriend's sister. My gran's dead. I've never missed her. Ooh, what a cunt. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes.
Seriously, Steve, fuck off.
Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. See the beggar passing by, make a kiddie cry. You're in your father's will, when's he gonna fucking die? Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Don't say you're not, you cunt, because that's a lie.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
Give him the cunt, says Dad. Cunt.
All right, we're back. We're back. It's my favorite song. I love that song. Hi, Ann's Place. Good to see ya. How do we have different symbols behind our names? Who said that? Hold on, let me scroll up. Oh, NJD. It is. Uh, oh, they are for um, the members. The members have different symbols behind their names. I think that's what you're talking about. Me too, girl. Me too. All right. As much as I despise this, I don't. I really hate doing the whole receipt bullshit kind of stuff. Listen, if I have to prove anything, unless it's just in black and white already on the computer to anybody, I'm gonna lose every time because I don't keep screenshots and I mean I keep funny shit, you know what I mean, but nothing that I'm gonna be like, oh, I can use this against them later. I don't do it. I don't need to do it. So but this is in black and white here, so I'm going to pull this up because I want you guys to understand exactly what I was saying and what I meant. And if I end up getting if I end up getting a strike for this, then I get a strike. I've never had one yet, so I guess it'll be worth it. So we'll just play it, and I'll stop it every 15 minutes to bitch. All right, let me go back over here. Cover your eyes, Ethel. Y'all got to get me one of those. I'm gonna work on that. Y'all know when I say I'm gonna work on something, half the time I never really do. Mary Jane Doe, I understand. Hi, Rose Petal. Oh, y'all, we gotta get Rose Petal through her night. We love you so much, Rose Petal. Let's get you through this night. I hope you're having a fast, easy night. Mary Jane Doe, it is the way that I know Tina, it probably is a misunderstanding, but I am not going to leave it out there that I'm being racist. I'm not going to do it. And I don't think anybody should. Like I said, I could tear myself down. I don't need it. So do I know that it was done unintentionally? Yeah, I think, but that doesn't, I think you should correct it. And if it was me and I was speaking on my live and somebody came in and said, you're quoting me wrong, please check this, I would have stopped right then and said, hold on, because you're fucking with someone's integrity. And I, there's some good qualities about me. I do have integrity. I do have morals. So I do take that very seriously. Very seriously. But that's just me. So because it wasn't stopped, it wasn't looked at, it wasn't corrected, it was just left out there for anybody to interpret. I'm going to make sure it's interpreted right on who Lainey is. So here, let me do this. All right, so this happened last night. Let me stop it right here just a second. So obviously, I hope you guys can see even the chat because I want you to see it. Let me make it bigger. This is Tina's last live before tonight that she did. Donna says, people say crap all the time. I had to finally shut up over there. You are correct. Some people don't have the balls to say things as themselves. I have plenty of that. Yeah, plenty of that. All right. So I think you guys can't. I think the chat that you guys are seeing, mods, just to let you know, I cannot see my chat right now because I'll be over here looking at this chat so I could read this part to you because I don't think you can see it good on your screen. So scroll in if you can, but I think it's going to be fuzzy. So this is just Tina talking about her position, okay, on where she stands with all this stuff. And I was just listening, and then there were, listen, she has an open chat. I just started talking about what I thought about it. And if that makes me a bad person, then I guess we shouldn't have open chat, public chats. But do I think I was disrespectful? No, I don't. No. And if I was, then I should have been blocked. Because if I think someone's being disrespectful here, they're blocked.
And I notice many times he interrupts them as soon as he has a thought. He doesn't even let them finish their sentence. But I also know with his own admission that he admitted to before when he was running is that he will lie. You can lie. Maybe he didn't say he will lie. He said you can lie. And if you lie enough, people will believe you.
Right.
Why would he say that? I don't know.
Well, just like anybody else lies.
Yeah.
Let me shut up. I'm not here to critique her.
Yeah, and I agree, Lainey. The violence and if you saw my live last night, destroying property of any kind. And apparently there's been 23 businesses so far. Last night or 2 days ago, it was one, the shoe store.
All right, so she's talking to me here too. The first thing I said in here was, because this is the beginning of her life, right? The first thing I said in here to her was, what is due process? Anyone? Because that's what you're hearing all these people say. Due process, due process. And eventually she's going to tell you about her due process. And that's what I'm looking for. Because I know what the due process is in my mind, what I interpret that to mean. But I want to know what somebody else who's using that constantly for their argument over all of this, what does that mean? Quit using just words you've heard or read. Tell me what it means. Okay, so that's what I asked. She's a little behind in chat, so she didn't answer that right away. And then down here I said, Sir Governor, sir, because I'm just sickening like that. And then the next thing I said, speech is legal. Violence and tearing down people's livelihood is not legal. And then I asked again, what is due process? What does it mean? All right. So this is where she's at in this, I think.
All of that is wrong, and they do need to be arrested and prosecuted. But
hold on. That so she's down here at this. So let me get down here. Let me ask. I guess. Hold on. Let me go back just a minute because she might have answered the due process, which I thought was kind of telling.
But it was good to see you, Donna. Hi, Leanie. somebody said you went off or something on your live the other night, and I'm not sure what you're upset about because you're a Republican. So I'm just not,
I'm not a
sure what you're
Republican.
upset about. I've been wondering this for a couple of days. Yeah. And that's fine, Donna. You don't have to be here. None of us, I mean, this is what makes America, right? We don't all agree. We're from all different nationalities. And it's just pretty darn sad, though, if you're an older man or woman, whether you're older or not, and you've been
I'm gonna speed it up
in
because
LA as an immigrant, you're just snatched off the streets now and taken from family. One lady spoke and said she didn't show her face. She was too afraid. She just had twins 7 months ago, and then she has 2 other children, and her husband was detained and will probably be deported. And her children, cry and are really upset. So, as far as what is due process, I'm not sure. I mean, if Trump doesn't know what due process is, then how are we supposed to know?
okay, that's anyone. I'm not sure what due process is, but if Trump doesn't know, then why are we? Who are we to know? How are we supposed to know? Well, because I think the Constitution's even older than Trump. I mean, you're an American. You're using that term, due process, due process, due process. That's why I asked. If you're going to use the term, know what you're talking about. And the reason why her live was titled what it was tonight was about the due process. It's probably because she finally figured out what it was for herself. Oh my God, I saw like 1 or 2 comments from you, Lena. I think I came in at the end, but I didn't stay long. In the beginning of chat, people were bugging. That was me. I said, her meaning of Republican is another that disagrees with her, right? Because I'm not a Republican. I'm registered to vote as an independent. Do I take on a lot more of the Republican ways of thinking? Probably. As of right now, yeah, I guess I do. But I don't just go click Republican and walk out of the box. I actually research what these people have to offer. And if you're just now thinking that this president is the biggest liar of the century and la la la, I got news for you. You know nothing about the men in office then. Most of them are lying, cheating scoundrels. Yes, I said scoundrels. God, that's a good word. I gotta start using that more. It sounds less offensive. Scoundrel. I like it. I gotta write that down. Gotta start using it more. About everything that any candidate runs on, you're going to get about 60% if you're lucky of what they run on. Every one of them are lying. Every one of them are cheating. You just have to decide what the hell is the most important thing to you and go with that one who makes a promise that he's going to keep that or make it better. So to me, it's not about Republican or Democrat. So you're wrong about me about that too. Also, illegal immigrant is different from the legal immigrants. That is correct. Due process is afforded to U.S. citizens. That is correct. Due process is the right to a speedy trial. Sierra, come here. I'm gonna hug you, girl. Talk to Brian Koberger's attorneys. Mary Jane says, I don't think our court system would have time for due process. It would trump up our entire court system. There are millions of illegal immigrants here. That is correct. The Fourth Amendment's due process clause guarantees procedural due process, meaning that the government actors must follow certain procedures before they may deprive a person of a protected life. Hello, Lord Dandy. Wacka wacka whack. Wacka wacka. See, I'm always going to say wacka wacka wacka. I like that better. I like wacka 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 better. Wacka wacka. And then I hear him in the back of my head going wacka wacka. Liberty and property or property interest. Mary Jane says, I registered under the Green Party. Wacka wacka. Game over. Sean says, Trump or ICE isn't kicking me out of my island home. I want to see them try. I die for my people or my inheritable ancestral kingdom. Well, they're not trying to. Lord Dandy can't stop laughing. Thanks, just a drive-through. Okay. I'm glad I'm making people laugh. Shit.
Okay, what is due process? Is it just taking people who's, like Newsom said, the assumption that they might, without even a warrant, just arresting people at their jobs, at the schools, off the street? I'm not, I would think due process would be getting them some kind of lawyer right away or something. But I hear they're just sitting in jails and detention centers. That's what I've seen on the news. And I'm here to say that Live Now Fox, not Fox News, Live Now Fox is a very, they don't comment on what they think. They're not even allowed. And Andrew Kraft said that. He asks questions from both sides and they allow both sides. And that's what I watch. I haven't seen CNN in ages, even though that was just CNN. For some reason, that was like the only entire 10-minute speech of Governor Newsom's I could pull up. But I just think that Trump is not, he's just not kind. He's the kind of person that I want to like. Like he loves to talk and he acts like he's very transparent, right? Reporters will be asking a question. I notice many times he interrupts them as soon as he has a thought. He doesn't even let them finish their sentence. But I also know with his own admission that he admitted to before when he was running is that he will lie. You can lie. Maybe he didn't say he will lie. He said you can lie. And if you lie enough, people will believe you. Why would he say that? I don't know.
I don't know either because, Tina, have you ever told a lie? Must we talk about it?
Yeah. And I agree, Lainey. The violence and if you saw my live last night, destroying property of any kind. And apparently there's been 23 businesses so far. Last night or 2 days ago, it was one, a shoe store. All of that is wrong and they do need to be arrested.
Let me just say this. I noticed how she said there were 2 stores the other day and 1 store. Y'all, the whole damn, come on. I cannot be the only person that just watched nothing, no commentary, just people walking around the city and watching these thugs. That's what they are. Breaking windows out all over the place. So it wasn't just 2 stores here and 1 store there. No. It wasn't.
Prosecuted. But Newsom was told by Trump that, and many cities, the country was told, we are going to get the felons and the criminals out of your cities. No, they're getting every single person they want to that isn't documented, that kind of thing. So he wasn't transparent, he wasn't honest, and that really bothers me because this is a thing. I'm going to say it again. We can all sit here and act like, oh, but guess what? we were born in America. And even if we weren't,
Here we go. Listen to this. This is about, I think it's about where I start getting pissed.
I think, Leanie, you were born in Germany, right?
I was not born in Germany. This shows you how much friends we are, right? I could tell you everything about PCT's life. That's how much I hung out with her. I bet you every one of you in here know about where I was born. And some of you may know exactly where I was born.
But if your family hadn't come over here in the correct fashion and they were illegal, you would be possibly illegal too until you made yourself legal when you were 18. But it's
That's not even the way it works anymore. Dual citizenship does not exist for American citizens who are abroad.
so easy for all of us US born citizens to sit by and go, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it does. You know, I mean, that woman just had 2 babies. She probably doesn't have a job. What if she can't find anyone to watch her 4 kids to be able to go to work and feed her babies? And it's really horrible. And I pulled up the Project 2025 and that was.
I'm gonna stop it right there just a second. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of context, okay? Let me give you a little bit of context. For the OGs here, they'll tell you that I was a GM at McDonald's for 8 years. What do you think I had working for me, right? We all know. We all know, right? And look, it wasn't my job to police the city, and it wasn't my job to, I knew I could get my job taken away from me because I was hiring illegal aliens. But it's not my job to police the city. And I'm just grateful that they wanted to work, right? If you want to work, hell, I'm going to give you a job. I'll help anybody that's helping themselves, right? And then I had people who worked for me that had either a green card or a sponsor that lives here in the United States that sponsored them to come over here, and then some that had gone on to get their citizenship, right? Yeah, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. There's this one particular lady, her name is Maria, and I want to tell you a little bit about her story, okay? She is Mexican. It took her 12 years to get a green card to come over here, okay? She worked for me for 8 years, and she may still even be there. I don't know. And it took her 12 years to come over here because she did it the right way, right? She went through all of the immigration and all that and came over here, right? And the reason why she came over here, you guys, was not that her mom had a house that she was living with her mom. She had a baby. She left her newborn baby with her mother to come over here and work to send money back to her mom to take care of her kid and to put her through school. Y'all, she was here for 18 years. 18 years by the time I had met her. And she had gotten her daughter already through all of her schooling, and she paid all the way for her child to go to nursing school, and she was a nurse. Let me just stop right there a second. Dual citizenship does exist. My sister-in-law was born in the USA, lived in London, UK, and she got her US COVID money, even though she never lived in. You didn't hear what I said. You guys are going to quote me right. I said dual citizenship does not exist for Americans that are living abroad, and I'm talking about the military. That's what she was talking about, me being born in Germany because my military father. That's what I was talking about. Maybe I just didn't make it clear. If you are in the military and you go overseas because you're in the military and you were born to two American citizens, but you're living abroad because your duty takes you there, you are not entitled to any country's dual citizenship. The U.S. stopped that. Look it up. I know. I have two children there. It used to be that if you were born in Germany to two American parents, you still had a dual citizenship, and at 18 years old, you would claim which country you wanted to be a part of. That ended. My kids that were born there were born in 86 and 87, and they had stopped the dual citizenship for two American parents living abroad. Hi, Laura. Anyways, back to Maria. She had put her kid through nursing school, her daughter. She never saw her mother again, but she paid off her mom's house. Every time somebody came in McDonald's looking for a job, of course, the Hispanic community all knows each other, you guys. They're a very tight-knit community. After I get done interviewing them, and of course I offered them a job, Maria would walk up behind me and sit down, and she would say, "Leanie, no papers, no work, no papers, no work." And she was very, very adamant about it because it took her so long to do the right thing, to put her child through school, pay off her mother's debt to her house, and she hasn't seen her child since. When her mother died 5 years ago, no, it's been about 7 now. I'm sorry, mine passed 5 years ago. When her mom died 7 years ago, about 7 years ago, her daughter inherited the house. Maria never went back. And she couldn't bring her daughter over here. Why? Because it would take her too long to do it the right way. And second of all, her schooling would not transfer into the United States for her to be a nurse here. So she would have to go through a nursing program here. And Maria can't afford to put her daughter through a nursing program here. So her daughter lives in Germany. She's got over in Germany. Fuck me. She's got a very full, healthy, happy life. And it was all because Maria came here. I'm not against people coming here at all. At all. Just do it the right way. And it never really bothered me before. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you exactly when I started understanding the border. And when I started understanding how scary it was to let people in this country that were undocumented. Because I've watched when the Biden administration was just letting people come in like a flood. And not even half of those people were of any Hispanic citizenship at all. They were young men, anywhere I'd say between 18 to 30, somewhere in there. And they were Middle Easterns. Now you tell me, please tell me, what do you think those young Middle Eastern men are doing? None of them had women with them. None of them had children for them. It's not like they're looking for asylum. And I smile as I say this because if you don't even have any kind of inkling at all of what you think those young military-looking guys came over here for, and they didn't look hungry. I'll tell you that. very well nourished. You're going to find out here within a couple years, probably. And then I'm going to look back to people like this and I'm going to say, so what you think? What you think? The deal is, when Tita said tonight on her live that some people say that I want them to wait for a crime to happen before I want them to leave, she was talking about me because I asked her that, and I'll show it to you. I said, so you want them to commit a crime because that's the only way we can find out. That's the only way to separate the wheat from the chaff. It's the only way to separate the good from the bad. You got to get them. You don't have papers, you got to go. You don't have papers, you go too. Everybody just go. Okay? Everybody just go. Come back in when you've got papers or you've got a sponsor to be here. Because we have no way of knowing who's good or bad until they have committed a crime. Now, you can't say on one side of your mouth, no, I'm not for it at all. I remember Susan Morgan. Well, I remember this person. I remember, but that's not reason to get rid of everybody. So one life's not worth it. One person losing their life to a freaking criminal from another country was not worth it. Just deport him. Let's see how the others do. We'll figure it out. No. No. There's a way to do it. And the way is, bye. Y'all got to go. Come over here the right way because we're tired of our citizens being killed. We're tired of it. People like this amaze me because we're looking at a whole race, right? Looking at it, it's a whole race. We need humanity. They've got children. Listen, I didn't place them in harm's way. Their own parents placed them in harm's way when they brought them over here. So do I feel bad whatsoever that children are being sent back over the border? No. Bring them all into your house. Tina, bring about 5 there and you take care of them. I pay taxes. I work. I'm getting real shitty with how my money's being spent. And part of it is they're getting free medical care when I have to work I don't get free medical care. But we're giving them, hold on, wait a minute. Isn't this a little bit backwards? I was born, raised, bleed red, white, and blue, and I am paying for medical care. But yet somebody can cross the border, come in here and get free medical care, and that's supposed to be okay. And then my tax dollars are going to pay for that medical care. Oh, but wait, it gets better. See, I pay for my own groceries too. My own groceries. I don't have benefits from the government. I pay for my own. I don't live off of anybody else in my family. I pay for my own. And it costs a freaking lot of money. Now, mind you, I've already paid taxes. I've already paid my bills. Now I've got to buy my own groceries, God forbid. Oh my God, I got a hospital bill, not just from the hospital, the freaking doctor, the person who took my blood, somebody who gave me some vitamins, somebody who I signed a paper, everybody's sending me a bill. These people are getting nothing. Y'all, it's being paid somehow. How do you think it's being paid? Lulu said, if you owned a home and rented it out, would you let squatters move in, or do you want bedded and paying tenants? Exactly right. So Americans, this is the problem I have. American citizens, born, raised, lived, died in this country, fought, sweated, cried, prayed, did everything we could to make ends meet, did without, had some good months where we got to go to the movies, and we pay our bills and we try to live a good life, and we don't want to be messed with. We just want to live a happy life. We don't want no one messing with us. We don't mess with nobody. We're upstanding citizens, and yet we get nothing. We get nothing. All because we work, we come home, we take care of families, we take care of our homes, and then we go to bed and get up all over again. And that's what we get for being American citizens in this country. You know, there's a movie out there. And what document is it? What document is it in? Is The Pursuit to Happiness? Research that. Research The Pursuit to Happiness. It's a pursuit. It's not nothing that's handed to us. Nobody handed me shit. I've lived in my truck. I have slept on a barroom floor when my mom had nowhere else to go with her 4 children. We were not in the system. We were not getting Social Security or benefits from our government, food stamps. No, my mom was just trying to make it. She bartended. The bar let out. We had nowhere to go. We slept on the floor for 2 nights until we found a place to stay. But I'm supposed to, what? This is wrong. Do we understand this? Can you see where this is coming from? I'm sorry. In my view, Americans first. Once we start taking care of our own, I feel the same damn way about going into wars that aren't our business. We take care of our own people here. We've got veterans living on the streets right now, all over this country, living on the streets. We got babies hungry in our own, Americans born right here to American parents. Who's feeding them? Oh, they're running. That's right. We've got soup kitchens open for our babies. We've got soup kitchens open for our men and women who went off to war so that we can sit and fight on YouTube. They're eating out of soup pots, but people who are coming over the border are handed money and they're handed food stamps. Are you fucking kidding? You're okay with that? Anyone? Y'all okay with that? There's real people on this earth that need real help. Real help. And we're not giving it to them. There's people in our own country that are starving. There are single mamas out there doing everything they can to feed their babies. They're American citizens. We don't give a damn about them. Living with roaches and in poverty and can't even take their babies for an ice cream at the ice cream truck because there's not enough money. But we're giving food stamps to people that are coming over a border when we could be giving more food stamps to real American families in need. That's what I'm against. So yeah, I'm very much into just go back, start all over, and do it right. Because damn it, we've got our own citizens here that are struggling every damn day, praying for the week to hurry up and end, Friday get here so they can get their damn paycheck and feed their babies. And if that's not what you see first as an American, something's wrong.
It was just a nightmare. So, but yeah, so yeah, so that's the thing, I just think it's important for us to have compassion, and put ourselves in other people's shoes. And this is
where's the compassion for, see, let me go ahead and read this. This is where I started getting pissed because I said, I've not once heard you stand up and speak on the American business owners who have had their businesses torn down. Not once heard you mention these police and military fighting the thugs on the streets. That's what I said. And I didn't. I listened to her whole life. All she's talking about is the rights and the humanity that illegal aliens deserve from us. And then I said, in your last live, you said we owed due process to the illegal people, but you don't even know what it is. Then I spoke to Rapper who needed me. And then I said, with all due respect, this is about your dislike for Trump. And I believe that. I stand by that.
anger is coming from, some of it. No, we don't know, but I highly doubt a seamstress or someone working at a hotel that has a family isn't some wanted felon. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that it's hard to tell that if a seams. I mean, you doubt that a seamstress would be a felon. It would be hard to believe that. But would you believe that? There's pastors out there that are killing people. There are women out there that kill people. It doesn't matter what they do. Anybody's capable of murder. So that's, to me, a little silly to say. And then I said, if the undocumented weren't vetted, how do we know if they're criminals? That's when she said that she has a little bit of trouble believing that a little old seamstress would kill anybody. And I said, so you're saying wait until the crime is committed, then deport them. Then deport them. That's what I said. So basically, that's what I'm hearing her say. All right, don't deport anybody. They need help. It's the right thing to do. We need to help them. And they're starving over there. And we need to help them. But so don't deport people. But you're against the ones that do bad. Well, they're not going to walk around with a tattoo on the forehead that says, hey, I'm a fucking punk. You probably should deport me.
I mean, Lainey. No, I'm not saying wait till a crime is committed. I'm saying go after the ones that are there now. And somehow, there's crime everywhere. 10 people were shot in Graz, Austria today. Nobody knew that guy was going to do that. So why, and honestly, this is going to hurt the entire country, what's happening in California, because they are the biggest agricultural.
I should quit critiquing this, and God forgive me, and even Tina forgive me for critiquing your life. I'm going to try to shut the hell up about it. I'm only trying to go through all this really quick just to show what I said. So let me fast forward a little bit so we can get commentary up, or the chat up.
Day and into the night, like about
and
midnight.
when she said over in Austria, I said, that's Austria, and they have closed borders, don't they? And then I asked her if she had researched Newsom at all. And then I said, let's talk about the Americans for a minute. What about the police that are just standing there trying to protect American businesses, and they're being spit on and yelled right in their faces, called every name you can think of, and there's nothing they can do but stand there? Just curious, because I haven't once heard an American mentioned in this. Hey, you two, get along.
Sometimes, or 11, and then I'll go to bed and it starts up again in the afternoon. I don't agree with any of that, and blocking highways so people can't get to work and all that. But people that, you guys, it's like being kidnapped. These unmarked cars are just pulling up. Another lady said these people that went to Home Depot were in just regular clothes, walking around, looking. No, yes, I know Americans are being killed, and that's why we do need the undocumented, the bad people, the felons and the criminals and the people that come over there, out of there. There's always going to be a bad egg.
How do we do it? Come on, let's go. Give me some ideas. All those that believe that, yeah, we got to get the criminals fucking out of here. How do we do it? How are we supposed to separate the criminals from the nonviolent? Anybody? So I can get this over to Trump immediately so we can get this resolved.
Somewhere, and to, he nearly wants some kind of martial law. And I saw Elon Musk, and so did many others, and he tried to poo-poo it down. He did the Nazi thing. He did it. I'm glad they're fighting. I'm actually glad they're fighting.
Nice.
And
then right here, I asked her, how do you propose that we find the bad? Wait for a crime?
I don't know. I don't know how we're going to find the bad. How do we find the bad in Iowa? Okay. How do we find the bad in Kansas? How do we find the bad in Florida? I guess they're protesting in Texas now, Massachusetts, Atlanta, Chicago. That I don't live in California. I'm white.
Oh,
I'm going to say this.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead and say it.
So,
and this is
DC,
where I get really pissed.
Different. It's not just LA. Different parts of California. This is about a quota, not safety. Hello, XU1. Wait for the crime. No, but you can't just like walk up to people and just arrest them. Really, with hardly no proof. So many people, if there's such bad people, like the professor that was locked away for a couple of weeks, why did they let him go? Because he's not a bad person. He's not a felon. He was a professor. Do you know what I mean? So, hello, Sherry. So you guys, it's not about, me trying to convince anyone and all this and that. I'm so thankful that I don't live in California. I'm white. I'm going to say this.
Now, tonight on her live, she said, I asked her if she's white, right? She said it not once, but twice on her live tonight. She said, well, Lainey, you asked me if I was white, so I said I'm white. Did I ask her any? Y'all see the chat? Did I ask her that? I'll show you where I asked her that. And I wasn't even asking her as in a question. Now I'm pissed because this is racism at its best right here, and it continues if you listen. This is what they do. You want to talk about me being a Republican and getting angry all the time? This is the shit I'm angry over because it has nothing at all to do with our skin color. I don't fucking care what color. I have got my bonus child, y'all, for those that don't know and don't hang out here much, that lives right here in my house that I take care of. He's black. Okay? If I was in any way racist at all, you think I would have a black child living in this house with me? And he's not even the first. I cut family off because I was specifically asked by them, why do you have a black boy living in your house? I never fucking spoke to those people again. I don't care if they were blood. We're not the same. So let's rewind that again. That didn't come from me. I didn't ask shit until it was said. And I wasn't asking as in a question. I was just like, oh no, really, you're white? We can't see that.
In Iowa, okay? How do we find the bad in Kansas? How do we find the bad in Florida? I guess they're protesting in Texas now, Massachusetts, Atlanta, Chicago, DC, of course. Different, it's not just LA, different parts of California. This is about a quota, not safety. Hello, XU1. Wait for the crime. No, but I mean, you can't just like walk up to people and just arrest them. I mean, really, with hardly no proof. So many people, if there's such bad people, like the professor that was locked away for a couple of weeks, why did they let him go? Because he's not a bad person. He's not a felon. He was a professor. Do you know what I mean? So, hello, Sherry. So you guys, it's not about, me trying to convince anyone and all this and that. I'm so thankful that I don't live in California. I'm white. I'm going to say this. And I'm not an immigrant. I'm thankful for that because I don't have to worry. I have enough concerns and worries in my life. Yeah.
Let me stop it right here. You can see in chat I said, this is before I was already typing this before she said I'm white and I'm thankful that she's white, not an immigrant and doesn't live in California. I said, Tina, seriously, if I pulled up to your house, came in, propped my feet up and started drinking and smoking and acting a fool in your house, what would you do? Now, I really wanted an answer to that because of course she would say, well, I would kick you out. Oh, why? Because I wasn't following your rules. Oh, okay. That only makes sense in that regard though. So after she says that, I says, you're white, meaning you guys know, but I guess Tina and I, she doesn't get my humor. So, that's where she said in her live twice tonight that I asked her, you're white. And that's why she said that. That's not true at all.
So, yeah, I'm white. My skin isn't brown or black. I'm Caucasian. That's what I put on all my papers. When you go to the dentist or the doctor, you've got to fill out the things. Well, they want us to here anyway, but that's so they can get funding for.
And at this point, I'm pretty pissed. And I said, oh my God, I'm out. Bye, y'all. And it just gets worse.
Some of the other. But I did order. It's called a gooseneck tablet holder on my bike. And I'm extremely.
Remember when it said that she said tonight in her live, and then Lainey, after you asked me if I were white, you said that you have all the colors in your skin. I didn't say it. It's right here. AK-47 says, right after I say, oh my God, I'm out. Bye, y'all. AK-47 says, I have all the colors in my skin. And it says shit.
Extremely excited about that because I can film while I'm riding my bike, you guys. So yeah.
And then Genevieve says, I'm pink.
See, I don't understand that. It's like leaning, it's like, oh my God, I'm out by y'all. I don't talk like that. And I don't have an attitude like that. You know why? Because I'm Democrat. It seems like.
This is the same woman that asked me what happened in my life that made me the way I am. Well, I guess it's because she classifies me as a Republican. That's the reason why she doesn't talk like that and she doesn't have the attitude that I have because she's a Democrat. Has nothing at all to do with who you are as a person.
Like so many Republicans, that irritates me seeing that. So many Republicans get so mad, so fired up. My ex is the same way. Oh, I will not talk politics with her. But behind the scenes, he's trying to convince Parker of freaking everything out there.
Now, in a minute, you're going to see me say to her, do not compare me to your ex. And she's going to say, I didn't compare you to my ex. Did she just not compare me to her ex? She flat out said, just like my ex.
And every little conspiracy too. Why is it that Republicans get so pissed off? I mean, really, I went through this with Monique before she moved to Wenatchee. She's all against abortion, but yet she had one herself. And I told her that. I said, I'm not for it, but I'm for, women's rights, pro-choice. Well, you can't be like that. Well, then you're not a Christian. That's actually what she told me. And I was just like, and this was years ago. And then she moved, closer to her family and all that. But that put a rift in our relationship for 2.5 years because she was telling me I'm not a Christian because I'm pro-choice. And then
That's between her and Monique or whatever her name was. And then down here I say, don't compare me to your ex. And I was kind of laughing about it. And I said, I get pissed off because you brought race into it, of course. I guess because you're a Democrat.
but yet she had an abortion too when she was younger. I mean, it's just so, I just don't understand it. No, I'm not comparing you to your ex. I said Republicans get so angry and uptight when people don't agree with them. It's like, why? I don't care if you guys agree with me or not. I don't care. Now, again, if I was like in California right now and all worried about my family, I'd probably be crying right now and maybe even screaming into this thing. I don't care how other people vote or feel or if they believe in God or not. I don't. We all have our own beliefs, but why be angry about it? Why can't I express what I feel?
And then I asked her, did she vote?
On my own channel. I'm sure you express what you want to feel, Lainey.
Damn right.
I mean, thank you, Kelly. Yeah. Hi, Genevieve Kelly. Did I vote? Heck yeah. Of course I voted. I never voted though until.
And then I said, absolutely, telling her that she should express however she feels on her channel. But if you're doing it in a public forum, you can't be pissed off that people come in and want to have a discussion about it. And I don't feel like I was being rude in any of this.
Whole Obama thing started, and I was married, and then I bothered. So I don't know. Like, this is why when I've had Sherry up on my panel before, we don't talk about politics, but we did once, I think, and then once I was up on your panel, and I was the only one on your panel out of 6 or 4 people that was a Democrat, basically. And I'm not saying I was being attacked, but people were oh, you're so wrong. Okay, I'm not sitting here saying you guys are wrong for your opinion. Okay, I honestly think a lot of Republicans out there, including my ex, is embarrassed that they either possibly voted for this person because, like, we don't need a dictator. We need a president. And that's just my feeling about it. Hi, Aussie True Crime. All right, so I'm going to read the next chapter, The Compass of the Heart, Intention and Karma. And I'm going to do what I usually do. Just turn off my camera. And
all I said after that, you guys, is that I'm not embarrassed. That's it. So, I'm not at all trying to attack her, which to Tina, this is going to completely look like an attack. And maybe to me, it would look like an attack. But to me, the way that nothing she said to me or about me in her live tonight twice was the truth. I did not say anything about my skin color being all these different colors. That was AK-47. All I did tonight was just ask her, if you're going to quote me, please quote me correctly. Go look at your live again. If she would have done it and then just said, oops, well, Leanie didn't say that, she just pissed me off about this, then all would have been good. But does it make me dislike her even more? No, but I am I let a lot go. Look, I know I know a lot is said out there about me. I know that. And I let it go. I don't care. I don't care. But when you're supposed to be a friend of mine and you just let that sit there, knowing there are people in your chat who I don't get along with and that don't like me, and that do nothing but talk shit everywhere they go, and you're going to leave it that I'm racist, that I'm the one that asked you if you were white. No, you brought that on yourself, sister. You brought that on yourself. I was seriously not trying to be rude in her chat. I didn't have any reason to be rude. What do I care who she likes? I don't. I don't care who she voted for, who she didn't vote for. I do get upset at people who sit and fuss about the system and come to find out they didn't even fucking vote. So I'm proud of her. She voted, but I'm sure that she'll take wrong my intentions, and maybe I would do the same. But and listen, she's welcome to do this same exact thing I just did. I will not. Well, you really can't strike people that aren't. Well, I could strike her. She's a content creator, but I wouldn't. If she pulled up this live and sat there and critiqued it, I wouldn't say shit to her. I don't have a problem with that. But I'm not gonna. I'm not. Nobody's ever gonna leave it out there to be interpreted that I'm any kind of racist, because I am not at all. At all. Do I think that she's racist because she said I'm white, and what you guys didn't hear her say? I could go back and find it, but I just don't feel like it. If you want to find it, you do it. Then, but where she said, frankly, if you're of darker skin, I forgot. I'm not quoting her because I don't know the quote word for word, but it was something to the effect of, putting people with brown skin or black skin or whatever on alert. So I just think I just think it's race baiting. I'm sorry. I think it is. There's no need for it. I don't think Trump is going after these people because of their skin color. I don't. Yeah, let's just be kind in chat, you guys. I mean, you don't have to agree with anything, but we're just not gonna call names and stuff. We're just not. I mean, I will, but yeah, you can hop up. I'd love for you to do that. In fact, I wish we could have had this on the side instead of bringing it live, but it is what it is. Hold on. I need a fucking cigarette. Laura, shut up, girl. Let me get this off my screen. Tina, yeah, come up. Right. While Tina's coming up, you guys, I need a quick cigarette. Can we take a pee break? Can we take a pee break and a smoke break? Because I can't. Tina, just sit backstage just a minute when you get up here, and I will be RB. But I gotta have a dirty. All right, we gotta smoke, y'all. Let's go smoke. BRB. Let Tina know I'm being RB.
In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. plan. Leaning laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Lainey, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Lainey, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Lainey, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leaning laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leaning laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day.
All right. I don't see Tina up here yet. We'll just wait for her to get here. Texas girl, what up, sister? How you doing, love bug? This girl, this is my jam. Let me take this down. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Hi, Leanie. Break. While we are waiting, can everyone please, pretty please hit the like, please, and thank you. I appreciate it so much. I skated 12 hours today. 12! I hurt for you. And about to do 12 more hours in 6 hours. Oh, girl, your legs got to look on fire. I bet your legs look awesome. Oh, we can't dog on her dancing. I do like seeing Tina dance sometimes when I'm not pissed off at her. But yeah, you're not going to get blocked, but right now. But just yeah, let's just keep it on kilter. How the hell does anybody roller skate that long? Those cute little Siggy Pack emojis. I think Lunch Lady did it. I think Lunch Lady put it up. Thank you, Laura. Thank you. Is Lunch Lady here? I thought I saw Lunch Lady. Maybe I just saw somebody type something about Lunch Lady. I don't know. Come on, Tina. Damn, girl. Oh. I got Lunch Lady on my mind. Y'all. She needs a lot of prayer. Her family needs a lot of prayer. I don't want to put out her news. It wasn't given to me to put out, but Lunch Lady's very busy taking care of 3 households, she's a new grandma. She doesn't have to take care of her grandbaby. But it's dipping into the time she's getting with her grandma. She's exhausted. And if y'all could just remember her in prayer, she's struggling, and her family, her family's going through some stuff. Also, Melly Joe as well. I don't want to give her news out either, but if we could just remember her in prayer as well. They're going through a very similar situation that they don't even know that they're going through together. So if you guys could keep Melly Joe's family in your prayers as well, I'd appreciate it. And also pray that Maggie's getting some rest, you guys. Poor Max. Tina, you coming? Jeez Louise. listen, and when Tina comes up here, you guys, please be respectful, because we don't want to have to time you. She's not backstage. No. Please be respectful, and because I don't want to. Well, I don't have to say anything. The mods take care of all of that, and you don't have to agree with anything I say. You don't have to agree with anything Tina says, but there's a way to do it some kind of respectfully. There is. Listen, if I can be respectful, no, because I got a big ass mouth. Big ass mouth. But I do want to say this also. Just because I dropped the link in chat, that doesn't mean anybody take it. So if somebody else grabs the link, I won't be letting you up on panel, because I just want to talk with Tina and get this out in the open. And if we never speak again after this, is fine. If we do, then great. If not, then great. I wish we could have done it. I wish if I upset her, like she says I did, that she would have reached out to me in Messenger. But that's not what happened. So, I'm gonna. There she is. Device is not connected, Tina. It says it's not connected. So mods, if you see anybody asking for the link in chat, just let it, if I don't answer it quick enough, just let them know that I'm only doing this with Tina for right now. And then if anybody happens to come backstage, no offense, I love you, but
Hi.
hey, what?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Parker, I'm not talking to you right now. No, I don't have one. Okay, I'm up on Leanie's panel. Please let me be. Jeez. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I went ahead and, usually I go to bed after my lives, and I was like, I'm just telling you my thinking. Okay, this isn't a program about, me making excuses up here or anything. I'm just letting you know my thinking. And I was like, I think she's kind of upset. But I didn't know you were even doing a live or anything about things I said. And I've been watching all of it and just staying silent. And you're absolutely right. My brain told me during my live that you said I'm all colors. So then when you showed in the comments that it was AK-47, I was like, oh my God. The other thing is, Parker, I'm not talking to you right now. Where's the heater? Oh my God. Can you believe this? 1 a.m, he's asking for the heater, but yet he got rid of it a week ago. I don't even know where it is. Okay, I'm looking for it and I don't know where it is. God, I never get a break. Anyway, so I'm really sorry about that. And what I've learned from this is, not only are you my friend and we've always been friends, but when it comes to stuff so serious, right? And people's strong beliefs on things, you really do need to get it straight, what you're saying. So that's just the truth of the matter with that. I really thought you said, well, I'm all colors. That was in my brain, but yet it was AK-47. What I was feeling hurt about was when you said, are you white, with a question mark after it. Not like, well, you're white or whatever. And I thought, well, why is she asking me, am I white, when she knows I am white? So then I was feeling like because we're such extreme, differences on how we feel about all of this. I honestly thought, and it surprised me in my heart, but I thought, Leanie, you were taking digs at me. And I was like, why in the heck is she asking me if I'm white? So I can't even remember right now what context I brought it up for. On my live right now, I couldn't even tell you. And when you say I said it twice, I don't even remember saying it twice. But I believe you. So, and then as far as race goes, that didn't even enter my mind, like at all. It didn't enter my mind that people might think I'm being racist, or that it could come across that you were being racist towards me. And it was a relief to see in your chat or hear you say, I don't think Tina meant it that way. I didn't. Now, when I blurted out, I'm just going to say this, and I said, I'm glad I don't live in California. I'm glad I'm an American, and I'm glad I'm not white. I'm not trying to be racist. What my meaning behind that is just blunt. If I lived in California at this time and had dark skin, maybe I'd be profiled or questioned or at least watched a little bit where I was. So I'm not, you know what I mean? I wasn't trying to be racist. So that's just, I'm not trying to save face. I'm not trying to, people that were in my chat and were mad at me tonight, to get them to come back. None of that. I've been reading every single comment in your chat. And what I've learned, Jeannie told me, okay, Dolly Vision's sister, she said to me, nobody on YouTube is your friend. Nobody. And I said, well, there could be one or two. She said, no, nobody is. So what she means by that is, and that she told me that 2 years ago. And what I've learned, and I won't say names, I feel like it, but I won't, is people that I've even spoken to in Messenger before and stuff that are nice to me. And I don't mean you. I'm not talking about you at all, Leanie. But there's some people in your chat. And I won't say names. But when they hop on another chat, right? Or whatever, they badmouth you. They act like they're your friend, right? When you're associating with them at that time, but then they either really say their true feelings behind your back on other people's chats, or they just follow the sort of mob mentality. I'm not saying it's a mob mentality in your chat, but I've been in that situation before. So now I know what she means. It took a while, but I know what she means when she says nobody is your friend, because you really can't trust. And you've been through enough of your own crap with different people you've had on your panel and people you thought you'd have back over that were on your panel. And I don't want, our friendship to end because
Your mic is blocked. It's muffled.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, there's better.
Oh, I have my hand on it for crying out loud. It took me a while to come up because I had to go to Safari, but then it wasn't letting me use the camera or the mic. And I thought, well, if I can't use a camera, how can I even come up? So then I went to settings and I couldn't figure it out. So that's what took so long. Now, the other thing I just thought of is when you said you weren't born in Germany, I kept thinking, well, wait, I really thought she was. But then you said your children were born there, or
Mhm.
2 of them. And then I went, oh, God, I was wrong about that. So I just want you to know I'm not trying to make excuses right now, Lainey. I'm not. I'm just telling you that I really did make some mistakes there. And my memory really, I can remember things, from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. And then I can't even keep things exactly straight the way I need to from just the day before.
No, listen, I mean everything I say. And, well, there are a couple times things get blurted out and then I'm like, ah, shit. And then I have to apologize for them. But for the most part, I do try to think about, you can tell. You've been on my panel before and you're like, no, you're thinking too much. Just tell me the truth. Because you can hear when I'm trying to put my words in a way that won't seem hurtful or get twisted. And that's a purposeful thing that with my type of personality, that I've had to teach myself that, and I still get it wrong sometimes. Not everybody's going to understand me.
Well,
So
I should have, and I didn't.
try to pick my words correctly. And so I meant it when I said I don't think that no, the way I know Tina, that she meant to say these things, but because of the way it was left, and there were people in your chat, for whatever reason, especially one that is totally obsessed with me. And God, I wish he was. Listen, let me just put this out right now. If you're going to be obsessed with me, you have to be good looking, and you have to be at least 5'10". Okay, so. And not talk shit about me everywhere you go. How about that? Say a few
I
nice
didn't
things about
even
me.
notice that, and I can't.
Yeah.
Rose was saying over and over again, why are you letting people attack me? And I had to remind her, in StreamYard anyway, I don't know if the comments work on your side like that, but when you're, the whatever I'm trying to say, the host, whatever, you have to take your finger and move the darn, you know what I mean, chat. Whereas when you watch back programs, it just moves. I don't know
No,
if you have to, but I do.
no, I'm on a desktop. When I do StreamYard, I sit here at a desk and do it.
Okay,
So
well,
I don't know, but I'm not even talking about, it wasn't Rose that I'm talking about. And nobody in your chat said anything bad about me. There was a dig that was taken and I called him on it, and but I took care of it, and then I just dropped it because I'm not going to do that in your chat.
you mean it
or
was a
anybody else.
guy? It was a
Yeah,
guy
I'll
in my
pull his name
chat?
out. He doesn't mind saying mine anywhere he goes. Maggie just gets on to me for saying his name here, but it's Max Smith. He's a fucking dickhead. He needs to shove it straight up his ass. And I don't know why he's so obsessed with me. I have no clue what that man is so obsessed with, other than the fact that I blocked him a long time ago and I wouldn't let him up on my panel. But he goes around telling everybody that I begged him to come on my panel. That's a fucking liar. I've sent out plenty of messages through everybody I know that I will gladly panel up with him on anybody's channel, including my own. And let's go. Let's find out. But I don't think he's real. As far as like being a real person, he's definitely not a scientist. He's just somebody that is he's a creeper. He's just
I don't think,
gross.
no, listen. I don't think he is, because I've seen him so many times, and I even heard him talk up on Roses.
You heard him, or did you hear his voice being played on a
No.
computer?
No. It was his voice. It was his
Okay,
voice.
whatever.
He was talking to Rose. I think he's married. He lives in California. You know, he has some beliefs I don't necessarily, or conspiracy
Well,
thoughts.
you can like him or hate him. I don't care. I'm not here to change your opinion about Max.
Yeah,
But
no, I'm not.
he goes, there's
But I
not a
think he's
chat
real.
that man goes to, and those people don't even know who Leanie is. And he's still throwing out shit about according to Leanie. And I'm just like, dude, like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. But anyways, it's flattering. But you know, he's a little pussy boy that listen, come and go head to head with me on a panel. Believe you me, I would make him feel much shorter with a very, very small. He's in the bushes right now, in case you guys don't know. He's in the bushes right now. And by the time I was done with him on panel, his penis will have shrunk so far into his balls that he wouldn't even know that he'd be pissing out of his asshole. Seriously, that's how small I would make that little man feel. And that's why he won't get on panel with me anywhere. And he knows it. So, anyways, because him and one, maybe two others that were in there, I was like, they're going to run with this and they're going to think I'm fucking racist. And I am not. Look, there's a lot about me to
didn't
hate.
even enter my mind.
Yeah, but if you go back and you listen to it, Tina, I don't know if you did yet, but tomorrow, go back and just listen to it because I didn't even know you were live. I got some messages and said, what is going on between you and Tina? And I was like, nothing. And then when I went and listened, I started from the beginning because you were way into it. And I was like, oh, holy hell. That's when I sent you a chat and I said, Tina, please look at your last live. And if you're going to quote me right.
Yeah.
And I just left it at that. Because if you came in here or anybody came in here and sat in there and said, Lainey, you got it wrong. Can you pull this up,
but I couldn't
please?
show it. I don't know. Now I could have stopped my live. This is why I didn't do anything. And this is the truth. This really is the truth. I didn't stop my live and go check things out and everything. Because, if I knew how to pull up a screen or not a screen, another person's program, like people do all over the place, then I could go through it and say, gee, am I wrong about this or whatever? But I didn't want to just stop my live. And I didn't know, do you know what I mean? And I also thought maybe you were, that you were wrong. Like that you were wrong. So I didn't assume you were wrong. I thought, well, maybe she's wrong. And so I knew that I needed to at least see if you were doing a live and, upset about things. And so for about 50 minutes, I've been reading chat, listening to things. And I was like, and then I kept hearing, more mistakes that I made. And I was like, I can't type all this in there. And so I'm glad that you let me come up because no, you're not racist. I've never thought you were, ever. I mean,
No,
that didn't
I'm not,
even enter my
and I'm
mind.
not saying that you said that. I'm saying the way that you were putting things out there.
Yeah.
That was total, the way you were putting them out, it left people to believe that I was racist. And I don't need that.
Right. And let me say this. I didn't even think that when I was saying it.
Yeah.
I mean, really, Leanie, I didn't. I wasn't like thinking, underhanded, oh, I'm going to take some little digs here and people will think she's racist. What? No, I was just going by your one word, your one little sentence. Are you white? Are you white? With a question mark and an exclamation point, I
After
think,
you
behind
said,
it.
I'm white.
Yeah.
I said, you're what? Meaning, I mean, you're the one that said it. I was just like throwing your words back at you being funny. Like,
Well,
oh my
that's
God,
what I
you're
thought.
white?
But you,
Really? We can't tell you're white.
well,
Because
listen
at
though.
that point, I started getting pissed off because you were playing the race card.
Yeah,
Straight
but I
up.
wasn't. That's what I want you to know. I didn't even have that in my mind. And luckily, you know that about me. I'm not going to do that. I'm not even going to do that to people I dislike. Like you can't
Let me ask you
do
this,
that.
Tina. If you weren't playing the race card, why did you make the why did you say I'm glad I'm white, I'm not an immigrant, and I don't live in in California? What's the purpose of that then, if that's not a racial comment?
It probably is a racial comment now that I'm learning about all of this with you. Seriously. I mean, people are going to think whatever they want about me, but it what it was supposed to mean was like, this is my feeling. If all these raids weren't going on and I blurted that out, oh, I'm glad I'm white, I'm glad, then to me it would kind of come across kind of racist. But since I'm literally just blanketing saying, I'm glad I'm not in California, I'm glad I said I'm white. I could have said I'm glad I'm not Latino, or I'm glad I don't have dark skin. I could have said
Yeah,
that,
but
but I said I'm
listen to
glad
what
I'm
you just
white.
said. Listen to what you just said. You said,
No, I know.
I could have said, I'm glad I'm not Latino or have dark skin.
Right.
Tina,
Those
listen
are
to you
those are
saying that.
racist
That's
comments you're
very
saying.
racist.
Well, I didn't think they were, because I'm relating to exactly why, and I've heard this from other I don't know where I heard it now. I think it was somebody, it was on live Fox Now, and they were listening to what someone else said. And it wasn't like just someone off the street. It was like the news saying that it's not necessarily profiling, but if you have dark skin, you know what I mean? And there's a suspicion that you might be illegal, then they go after you. So I blurted out, obviously not very smart. And I said, I'm glad I'm not in California. I'm glad I'm not, you know, I mean, either way, like
Yeah.
now I get it. Even
Yeah.
if I had said, I'm glad I'm not brown, then that's racist. But
Well, and
I
then
don't mean it to be. I'm just talking
I
about
know. And
context.
I know. So, and then I didn't back it up enough, but you did say in the live as well, not this live, the last live, you said, and I was upset at that too, and because you said, if you have brown skin or black skin, then, I would be careful because he's coming for you or something like that. I felt,
Yeah.
listen, because what you're doing is making what's happening over there racial. You're saying because you have black skin or you've got caramel skin or darker skin than what I've got, you're making it into a race war. And that's
Well,
what a
I
lot
don't
of
mean
people
to make it into a
but
race war.
but that's what a lot of people do, Tina. That's what they do, and that's what causes the
Oh.
problem.
Well,
It's
I've never
not
done it
about the color
before,
of
so I wouldn't
skin.
know it could make a war when I've never even talked
Absolutely.
like this before on anything.
But the deal is that it's just not about what's happening over there. It's not about the color of their skin. It's their nationality and not being documented. It has no. Do you know that there are
That's what I
Spanish
mean by
people?
that. But that's
Do you-
what I mean by that. They are right. They're going mostly after Latinos, and they do have brown skin.
Right, but did you know that there are actually Spanish people in this world, not Mexican, Spanish, that are
Right.
blonde hair, blue eyed?
Not
Yes,
really, no.
yes, there are.
I've
Absolutely.
never seen. We have a lot of Mexicans here and even at this apartment complex and in this town and all that. And I've always only seen black or brown hair and dark skin.
Mm. Look, I don't think I'm just honest with you. I feel like I know you enough that I don't think you mean anything when you're saying that stuff at all,
Yeah.
to be hurtful or to cause any problems for anybody. But
Right.
really what really it that's what it does. And I think we got to choose our words better than that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I do.
and
Good
and
grief.
just because you hear it on the news, those fuckers are just as racist too. And I take offense to it. I
Yeah.
just do. Because listen, I've been called a lot of things, and a lot of things that I've been called are completely true. And I know myself, and I'll tell you if they're true. Racist is not one of them. I've had
Yeah.
many kids live with me, many kids that look nothing like me and did not come from anywhere that I come from. And I don't care who it is. I don't care who you are. That honestly, I don't, and I think that is probably the best thing about being raised in the military and being a military wife and all that, is that you learn that people really, I don't like when people say we're all equal. I don't like it because we're not equal. We all are equal, but we're all the same. We bleed red blood. I don't like that shit. No, because black people are different than white people. White people are different. We all have to come from different heritage. We do things differently. We act differently. We cook differently. We every there is a culture, and we are products of our cultures. And it's like, let me just tell you this. Whenever we had something go on, oh, and I don't mean to, I'm not trying to, and I don't want to talk about this other than what I'm going to say right here. But when George Floyd happened, I was so worried about my bonus kid, because we lived in Hamilton County, Indiana. It is predominantly white, stuck up, fucking disgusting people. Okay. But when we moved to Indiana, they had the best, they were a top 5 school system. And of course, I wanted the best for my kids. So that's where we lived. Okay. My kids, 2 of them went to school there. Well, I ended up with a bonus child that's black, and I'm grateful for it. But I was so worried for him in that Hamilton County school system, right? And people treating him bad because there's such a minority there, that I got baby child and him and my bonus child in the same room. And I said, looky here. I called them by their names, but I was like, baby child, I was like, you need to watch after him. I was like, if anybody's being mean to him for any reason about what he looks like, or I was like, I don't care I don't care if you get suspended for the year, you better beat the hell out of him if he's getting made fun of or being bullied because he's black. I was like, because we live in a really stuck up, prominently white, I won't say they're racist, but there's a reason why a lot of black people don't live there. And I wanted to make sure my bonus child was okay. And I was like, you both better jump in, beat the hell out of him. And if you guys get suspended or expelled from school, then I guess we're going to homeschool, because we're not putting up with that shit in this house. You
What
two are
does
brothers.
bonus child mean? What is bonus
Bonus child is a child that was just given to me to raise by God or by their parents. So I've had this one with me since he was in the 10th grade, and he's still here. He's 21 years old.
Oh, okay.
So
like fostering, and then you.
No, I don't foster. I don't get any money from them. It's just kids that, for whatever reason, were having problems at home and needed a place to live. And I was like, of course, I have a bed. Go get in the bed.
Oh, so that's nice. Wow.
I was very protective. So I understand being protective of minorities, okay? But we have to protect everyone, not just them. Look around you. I lived in very white culture, and I knew that it was possibility that my kid was going to suffer. When I talk about my kid, that's my bonus kid, that he was going to suffer some hazing or bullying because of the George Floyd thing. And I wasn't going to put up with I was going to have to go beat people's asses because I won't put up with it. So I just think we've got to choose our words the way that we present it fairly. And also, if it has nothing at all to do with race, that what I told my kids had something completely to do with racial stuff. I knew there was going to be some stuff happening to him, and not under my watch. So at that point,
Yeah.
yes, I had to make that about race. I told my son, I said, he's black. And I told him, I said, I know you might think you're white sometimes, just joking around with them. I know you might think you're white sometimes, but go look in the mirror, honey. You're not. And I told him, you don't put up with disrespect from people. You just don't. You hold your head up. You go get an education. Nobody's any better than you out there. And if they fuck with you, then you let me know because we're going to have a problem here. And her name is me. So
Yeah.
I had to turn that into race because that's what it was about. But this
Well-
that's happening in the world, it's not about skin color. This is about nationality and what's right and what's wrong. And coming into our country, when Americans are struggling every fucking day, we don't get free health care. We don't get free insurance. We don't get free this or free that or free the other. We're working our asses off at 50 to 60 hours a week just to pay our bills. And yet we're letting these thugs come into our country and we're giving them free everything. Tell me anywhere in your mind that's okay.
Honestly, what comes to mind when I hear that is us Americans aren't even gonna get it. So I mean, I'm not trying to. You think I'm just bashing Trump? It's like
But you do get it.
Yeah, I get it now, but it may not last, and then I can't.
Well, no, I mean, we could die tonight. I could go to bed and never wake up. We can't live off of. We can't live off of. Oh, well, we might not be able to keep it forever. So I'm going to hate this man
Well,
forever and
I
pray to
can
God.
because I've already had a stroke and a damn heart attack. So if they want to add more medicine on top of what I'm already taking, and there's if the copay is small, like $10, I can pay that with my Social Security. But like I've said before, and I'm not trying to be a woe is me right now, but people are amazed I didn't wait until I was 65 and I'd get maybe 500 or 600 a month. No, I get 216, and
Listen,
that's it.
I don't even want to know what you get because that's none of my business. I wouldn't.
Well,
I
I'm
wouldn't.
saying that
I know, but I
because
don't.
Laura Livingston, whatever her name is, now I know why she kept trying to belittle me in my chat. It's like she acts like she already knows my life, but yet she's saying, well, do you work? Do you this? Do you that? And I told her, I said, this isn't about me. This is about the, the immigrants and all that. And then when I wouldn't play into it and discuss me with her so she could bash me, she started labeling me. Well, you're on this and you're on that. Let me tell you something. I'm not married. I'm divorced. The first time he divorced me. The second time I divorced him. I never got a fucking dime of child support. I never got
But
alimony.
isn't that your choice?
No.
Yes, it is. You didn't take him to court. You cannot be the victim. I'm not trying to be mean, Tina, but that was your choice. You did
No.
not take him to court to get child support.
No, I signed I don't know. I signed a thing promising him I wouldn't take him to the Midwest, right? Because my family was there and I was thinking many times I wanted to move there. I would not remove his son from him, and that we would have joint custody.
Joint custody doesn't mean shit, though. You still have to get child support.
No, not
You-
if we have joint custody.
No,
because
no, ma'am. There's a custodial. You could have joint custody, but there's a custodial, a custodial parent and a part-time parent. I don't even know what they call that part. But the custodial parent gets, which is you, gets child support. That's the way it works.
But I wasn't custodial. He lived
So
with.
you didn't have custody of your son at that point?
No, I never have. It's been split in half. That's why another reason Parker's is as messed up as he is. 2 weeks at his dad, 2 weeks at my place, 2 weeks at his dad. It'll mess with you. And then you listen to the constant, bickering and this and that. And
Honey,
I
I hate to tell you this, but there's no way I need you to listen. He's grown now. That's all water under the bridge. But
no, I know, but we were talking about child support. And when people tell me, oh, this and that and the other thing, I didn't even ask my mom for one dime. It started about 6 years ago, and she gave me $40 a month. $40 a month. That's what she could afford. And I was so thankful for it. And then after about 4 years, she gave me 80. She said, things are going up. I'm going to give you a little more, because she knew I didn't get child support. And that does matter, you guys. It does, if you think about it. So this is why I am on the system, and I have been for quite some time, so I could be home with my kids. And I understand people, go to work and they're not with their kids, but everything started spiraling with my son when he was 11. And he did great when he was on medication, but then he'd go, stay with his dad, and his dad would make damn sure he didn't take it. And then he'd come back with me, and then there'd be a vacation and he'd be off it again. And that'll mess with you on and off medication your whole life. And so there's never been any eye to eye or anything. And then with Shaylin's father, who, as you know, when I was 41, I didn't think I was going to get pregnant. But anyway, I did. I tried to go for child support from him, and they said I could get 400. He got 520 or something. He was on SSI. And, I didn't want to take nearly all his money.
then why didn't you just take half?
Well, but I didn't even get that. I got a letter saying I was going to get 400, then I was going to get 200, then I was going to get 100, and then it was down to 0. So my point is, yeah, I've been on housing since I was smacked in the mouth, and this state automatically arrested him and put a restraining order in place, so I couldn't even see him. So my daughter wasn't born then. My son and myself had to move out and find a place, and it was here. They accepted, it was housing, and they accepted domestic abuse people. And I got in here within 2 weeks. But if none of that had happened, I wouldn't even be here. And the only reason I'm still here is I moved so damn much myself. I just didn't want to do that to my kids. And so people can, like Laura, she can judge me all she wants, but I'll tell you what, till you're in my shoes and you are a single mother and you don't hardly know what to do. I mean, I went to the Hope House when Shaylin was a baby, where you got, some free clothes and some dish soap and whatever. I did what I had to do to survive. I used to stand in lines at the food bank. And then when I got food stamps, I think it was in 2012 or 13, with the divorce from my son's dad. That's when I stopped. I stopped going to food banks because yeah, I could have, gotten more and wanted more and have the free big cakes and the 5 loaves of bread and whatever else. But I saw, there were people there that really needed it. I'm not going to go stand in line at any place, even when I'm out of food at the end of the month, which I usually am. We get by on our can of soup or whatever we have, and then within that next week I can buy a whole bunch of food because of food stamps. But I'm not going to go stand in line when that's all some people have. And so but what I wanted to say is this: now I know why. Okay, it's all making sense to me, Leanie, why the same person, Laura, who's in your chat and who was in mine, said, "Are you a racist?" to me in the middle of my program. And I read it and I thought, do I comment on that? Of course I'm not a racist. And where is she even getting this from? This is what zoomed through my head. And I ignored it and I didn't say anything out loud. But now, after being up on your panel and stuff, now I see where. And you're right. You're right. I'm this is the thing. I was born in South Dakota. Both of my parents were teachers. I'm very, very good with words and English and even debating. People will say I've seen it so many times in chats. She's a manipulator. She's a manipulator. No, I'm a good debater. But the thing is, I'm not bright when it comes to I don't know. Like, how do you explain it? I'm not I'm not I'm not bright.
You're a ding dong. All right, I got it.
I'm not
I'm
a
just
ding-dong.
messing with you. I'm messing with you.
Yeah, but
Listen.
wait, why would you say that when you really know that I'm actually pretty smart?
You were the one
is,
saying it yourself, Tina. Listen to you.
Well, then what am I? What am I trying to
You
say?
just
I
said
am?
I'm not very bright, and then you were trying to figure it out, and I was just trying to end it and playing around and said, "Okay, you're ding dong. We get it."
But this is the thing. If I'm smart, then I am bright, but I'm not worldly, or I'm not. I don't like. I didn't even know that by me saying I'm glad I'm white. I mean, I can see if I said something like, "Oh my gosh, there's so many." Okay, to me this sounds racist. There, black people are bad down south. Okay, that's racist. But
Yeah.
me saying I'm glad I'm white didn't sound like, to me, it was racist. Do you see what I'm saying?
I could see that coming from you, and I gave you credit for. No, I'm serious. I could see that coming from you, and when I started it, I said, to be fair, I don't think Tina meant anything bad with this.
Yeah, and I appreciated and was relieved to hear you say that.
I want to know if you want to answer some of these questions, because I think if you don't feel like answering them, you don't have to answer them.
No,
but
I probably just will, because I'm an open book.
Well, I think maybe you can get a better understanding of the problems that some people in different chats and even your own have with your situation. First of all, everybody knows, just like you said, you're an open book. And
yeah.
So let's just talk this out just a little bit, okay? So
okay, and if it comes to like my daughter or my son,
we won't do that. I don't believe in doing that. I don't believe in doing that. No. But if you're the one that brought it up, like with the child support thing, you can't. I mean, you got to expect feedback from that, right?
Yeah, and I don't.
All right. So let's see. you already saw where Laura says, see, this is about Tina's pockets, not the illegals.
Wait,
Don't
what
be
does
blind.
that mean? What does that mean,
Okay.
Tina's pockets?
Because it's like exactly what I'm hearing. And I said it on my live tonight. And I actually typed
Tina's
it in your chat the
pockets.
other night. I said, this is about your hate for Trump. And
What
that's
does
the way
it have
that
to do with Tina's pockets? When I
hold
hear
on,
that,
hold
I
on.
think
Because
money.
everything that you
I'm
just,
not even monetized. What the hell does
honey,
that
it
mean?
doesn't have anything to do with it. Everything you just
What?
told us about money, 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 and how you're not getting enough and getting enough. Now, just listen to what I'm going to read to you, and then I think you're going to understand where
Okay.
everybody's coming from. Corvette Girl says, PCT has been living off the government for a very long time, but yet she sits there and complains about the government. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Do you see how people can say, motherfucker, you know, how did the people who take care of her, she's biting the hand that feeds her. So you see how it
Yeah.
to people that are out there just trying to make it and working and all this, and you're tearing down the president, the country, the inviting the illegal people in to take stuff from the American people, but yet you are living a life because of the government. So let's keep going. And then Laura says, single mothers of many children go out and work. They don't have entitled luxury that you have had for years. You are not a victim.
I don't have entitled luxury. I'm telling you right now.
No, she's not talking about cars and the house and diamonds and furs. She's talking about that the government is paying for you and your children.
That's
while
not
others are going out and
entitled
work.
luxury. I ride my bike up to the store, and Donna Clark, who I thought was my friend, is like, she's afraid of gangsters, so she doesn't go to the store. Like, if you're going to talk about me, just like I've learned with you, Leanie, get it straight. I ride my bike up a fucking hill, and I have a backpack, and I have bags tied to my handlebars. You want to know why? I don't have a car. And you know why I don't have a car? I don't drive. And I don't drive because for 2 times I got my permit and I didn't feel I had enough lessons in. And then I basically said, fuck it. And then I got on a bus, visited my sister, and stayed with her in Davenport, Iowa, and never bothered again.
Okay,
Then,
let me stop you there. Hold on, we got to have a conversation. So, can you understand how people can look at that? So every time you say, I've got to fucking ride my bike up the hill and then ride it back down, do you understand how people can sit back and say, that's your own fault, Tina, and this is why? Because the last thing that you said to us was you just didn't fucking want to do it. So we're looking at like, that's your choice. You chose not to learn to drive.
no, I understand that, but it doesn't mean I'd even be able to afford a car.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen what my neighbor goes through. She's had 3 different cars. They're not all fancy, but she doesn't even drive anymore.
I know, but what I'm trying to get from you is, do you understand how that could like just ignite somebody? Because it's like you want people to feel sorry for you or whatever because you're riding your bike and you're doing all this stuff, but it was your choice. I can't hear you.
What? Oh, it's not that I want people to feel sorry for me. I want people to realize that when I go to the store, I don't hop. What? You don't know what to do, but you can tell the world that the rally opposers aren't Trump bad, but you can't get by. No, I am getting by in life. And the reason I get so many food stamps is I don't have any other income. And the thing is, for these past 5 years, I've literally had to be home, with my kids. And my daughter, for high school, she wasn't even there the last 2 years because of the C disease. And that's another reason we've never even gotten it. And she chose to do that. They came here and she graduated from here and she got her cap and gown and all of that. But when I hear the word luxury, I think cars and
Mhm.
not cars. I think cars and I think you know, a house, not
Mhm.
renting an apartment necessarily. And I think not getting hand me down clothes your entire life with your kids. And I also think husband,
Right.
because when
But
there's two, it's a lot easier to take care of everything, unless you're a single mother doing it yourself. And I heard your story about your mother, Leanie, and you guys sleeping on
that
the
was my
floor.
mother. That was my. Oh well, I mean, I didn't say that for anybody to feel bad for. I'm just saying that all of us have had hard knocks. But then,
Well, I understand that, but when you have kids and you're single, um, it's different. I don't know if you've been through that.
well, those were choices my mom made. Just like you
Right.
not
But
being
that's
married.
what I'm saying. Your mom's been through it and you went through it with her by sleeping on the floor and all that. But I'm saying you had children and you were married and then, you're still married. And so I'm just saying it's very different when the years go by. I mean, you'll take whatever you can get so your life is a little bit easier. I wouldn't call it a luxury.
I think with the luxury she's talking about, because I have said something like that before. It must be nice to have that luxury, meaning
Oh, that kind of
I go to
luxury.
work for 65 hours a week to earn $15 an hour to make it, right?
Well, I used to
And
work.
hold on. And and then there are people that just get to stay home and not do a damn thing. But yet I'm working to pay all of my bills and pay my taxes so that my taxes can pay you to stay home. That's the luxury that she's talking about.
Okay. Well, I worked. My mom told me I had to get a job when I was 18. I lived in Burlington, Vermont, and I was crying at the end of the day. It was like 5:30. I'd walked all over town and I got a job at Zachary's Pizza. And I was there for a while. And then I was for 2 years. And then I was at a diner. And then I was at all these different places. I was a waitress for 20 years. And then I married Joe, and he was in the Air Force and he was making pretty good money. And I didn't have to work.
Yeah.
And
And
then,
there's no shame in that. I mean, you have somebody in the house that's work right now. I'm not working. Um, I'm working on YouTube. Actually, I work part-time with my son. But anyways, go ahead.
yeah. And I mean, and so, and our first marriage of 2 years, I never got pregnant or anything. It was just me. And so I worked after our divorce and everything. And I was a waitress in Massachusetts. The next year's coming all the way up to the age of 30 and in Vermont. And then I remarried Joe when I was, no, I went over there when in 1991. I remarried him in 95, and literally at the end of 95 in December my son was born. So then having a child, right? But I'm married. So I think things are going to be okay. And then that marriage, due to alcoholism and all this kind of stuff, because during those 8 years I was with him, like when I found out I was pregnant, boom, I stopped drinking. I did not pick it up again until after he and I were divorced. And I just stopped for 8 years because I didn't want, him to take my son or anything. But my point is, I thought we'd be together forever. And then it's just my son, and then my daughter was born when he was 8. And yeah, and that's when you guys want to call it, people out there living off the government, I call it getting help by the government. And whether I'm against whatever president is now, I feel is my right. It's really kind of irrelevant. I am not for the president we have right now. I am
No, and
not
you
for a
listen.
man
Okay,
that
let
allows
me.
people to break in on January 6th and hurt cops, and some of them committed suicide, and he thinks he's the greatest thing in the world.
All
And
right, let me just interject right
I
here,
don't get it.
because I want it to be clear. I want it to be perfectly clear that I don't think anybody, I know for myself, but I would hope that I don't think anybody would begrudge any American from getting help that needs help. I don't think you're being dogged out because you need help.
No, I
Okay.
have.
And
I
there's been,
have been
I
for
know you have
2
been, but just
years.
hear
I've
me,
been
just
through
hear me
this.
out. Just hear me out. I think that we don't begrudge I know for sure I don't begrudge anybody that needs help to go get help. In fact, I have told many people, look, you're hurt, you're sick, whatever. You put in your time at work. That's why you work, so you can have Social Security. It's time that we take care of you. Go apply. I have told people that. I am not against that. What I'm against is anyone who gets their living from the government and then bashes them and thinks it's okay to support other people that come in this country illegally, and it's okay that they're taking our money too.
But they all aren't. The thing is, Leanie, they all aren't. The people that got arrested today or yesterday in Iowa, the white, all right, the Caucasian man, older man that hired them because this woman talked to them. I mean, you can pull it up if you want. He was like, this is what he said. He said they used fake IDs. She was almost trying to catch him. Oh, you, at the end, oh, you didn't know maybe any of them were illegal. He's like, absolutely not. He said they were family to us. They got free donuts on Friday and this and that on the other. And he said they're all really hard workers. So my point is, I feel like a lot of these illegal, immigrants are being told that they're just living off the government, or that's what's being implied. And no, they're not. A lot of them bust their ass.
Oh, that's true, but that's not what you're fighting for. That's not at all what you're fighting for. That's not anything that you've said in the past 2 lives. You're fighting for all of them. You said you would put your kid on your shoulders and do the same damn thing.
Yeah, I would. If I
That's
was
what I'm
over
saying.
there
That's
and
what
the
I'm saying
cartel was around
is
the
that
corner
sounds.
and I had no food, and I had a
Listen,
baby,
we
I'd
would
put it
all
on my
do.
shoulder and cross over some river to have a better life. Yeah,
Listen,
I know I would.
we would all do what was best for our kids. There's no denying that. What
Or
I'm
to
saying
survive,
is,
Leanie.
what I'm
Or to
saying is,
survive.
what I'm saying is, there's no nobility at all being saying that anybody should be able to come over and we should just accept them. And that's what you're saying. And that we shouldn't close our borders. Tina, did you ever
No,
do a
I
live
didn't
once?
say
Hold
that.
on.
I did
Hold on.
not
Let me
say
talk. I've let
Leanie.
you talk a lot.
I know, but I didn't say that.
Hold
I
on. But you
did
don't,
not say that.
Tina, let me ask you this. Did you ever do a live when the Biden administration, now, mind you, I think Biden, the man himself, the person in that flesh, did nothing on his own. Okay. I have my own theory about that. So I don't blame that man in particular. So I'm going to say the administration. Did you ever do a live on the administration when he opened those borders and then people were coming flooding in here and they were being bussed all the way up through this country to New York City. Did you ever do a live on the injustice?
No, I didn't have a channel then.
What do you mean you didn't have a channel then? That's been since I've had a channel. Trump ain't been in office a year.
No.
That was Biden.
No, I know, but I thought you meant when it started, when they were all
No,
showing
when
up
Biden
New
was in
York and all
office,
that
after Trump already
4
started
years
the wall
ago.
building, and then Biden administration went in there, opened it all up, said, "Come on in, everybody, come on in."
I
Sent
know,
buses
and I
down there
don't
to pick them up.
necessarily agree with that. I
But
actually
I'm
said
asking
that
you,
on my
did
live
you do a live on the injustice of it?
because it wasn't striking a chord with me of what. No, because that started like 4 years ago, or I not for that all started, in the middle or in the beginning of Biden's thing, and they're already here. And I did watch.
You're not
I
listening.
saw
You're
how
deflecting.
Texas was pissed off, and
You're
we
flat
gotta
out
close.
deflecting. You're
No,
flat
I'm
out
not.
deflecting.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you
you
the
are.
truth.
Just answer that question. You said they started that in the middle to the beginning of Biden's
Yeah,
administration.
I've only had a channel. It'll be 2 years this August.
I'm aware when you had a channel, Tina.
I
I'm
know.
asking you. That was happening all the way up till Trump took office 5 months ago. So I'm asking you, did you ever do a live on the
No,
injustice
of course
the people
not.
flooding? Why?
I mean, I didn't. I don't know why you're asking me.
Because
I didn't.
I just want to hear it.
Well,
I
I
want to know.
didn't do a live on it because, for one, I was always doing true crime and serial killers, and I never even paid attention to the news. I'm just talking about what's passionate to me right now.
Right. So, but the truth is, the way that I'm hearing the truth is that you weren't as passionate. I mean, it didn't bother you that all those people were flooding in. You weren't looking at what was flooding in.
No, because I
children
also
actually came
didn't
over?
know. I saw lots of different things. When people say, bad people, we'll just put that blanketly, were coming in, I believe it. But I also saw families, and I also saw children walking, a long way in the heat because their family wanted to come over here. I saw suffering.
Let me
I
ask
saw
you this.
people sitting on top of trains, and then there was a whole documentary on it. People
Yeah.
falling off to their death because they felt like they had a chance at a new life. I don't necessarily think that Biden just opening the borders like that was the right thing. I know.
But when you say you
I
don't
feel in my heart he
necessarily
did it
think,
for humanitarian aid for them.
really?
Well, that's what I feel.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. You can think that. Let me ask you this. So you saw children coming over, walking in the heat, and people falling off trains and all this. Have you ever been to Washington or any other? I'm sure it happens in your own state. Have you ever been anywhere and walked around and seen all these people laying on the ground?
Oh,
sleeping,
yeah.
sleeping on a bench?
Seattle.
Just
We have homeless
what are we
here.
going to do? What are we
Seattle's
going
out
to
of
do?
control.
So where's the compassion for those people? Because I've never heard it. Never, all this time. That's why I got upset the other night. And you said,
It's
Leanie, I
not
don't
all this
understand you. I
time.
don't
I've
get you.
been
Why you get so
covering.
upset?
No,
Because
I've
we're
been
not putting
covering this,
Americans
Leanie,
first.
for what, 3 days? A measly 3 days. That's not all this time. I didn't even hear about this ice raid thing the first day. The second day, or the first day, which was really the second day that I saw it, I'm not sure. I think I commented, but it might have started on the second day, which was really the third day, and now we're into the 6th day. So I think, unless I'm mistaken, I've talked about this for 3 days. So it's not like, you're not even really supposed to talk about politics
I'll
right?
talk about whatever the hell I want to
No,
talk
but on
about.
YouTube, I heard
Okay.
that they'll take your channel or your
No, they've gotten a
program will
lot
be
more lenient.
deleted. I
They've
never
got,
talk about Trump like this.
yeah,
I'm
I'll,
just
I'll say
blurting out
COVID
my
all day long.
feelings.
COVID, COVID, COVID. There's nothing they're going to do. You want to know why? Because when Trump took office, he said that he was going to start just like they did with the whole Facebook thing when they started censoring people from Facebook, and what's his name? Zuckerberg had to go sit in Congress and come clean about all that shit. Trump said he was going to go after these platforms if they didn't let us start having freedom of speech. So they backed
Okay,
off a lot. Backed
I
up a
didn't
lot.
know that. And so for me to even go on and on about Trump or, immigration or anything is me just really feeling a certain way because I was risking my channel, my show, my whatever. I'm not monetized. I don't get a super chat. And frankly,
But that's your choice.
listen, I know I'm a decent person, Leanie, because I don't even put my Cash App and PayPal up. I didn't do it during all the fire stuff when I was talking about the fires in California. That was the first news thing I talked about. And now this. That's it. Before it was constant, well, true crime is serial killers and anything crazy and weird out there.
Tina.
And you know, so I mean, it's not like I'm even some regular news person. I'm not going to try to make some money off other people's hardships.
Tina,
It's
do you know
just
I've been
wrong.
monetized now for I don't even know how long. I have never monetized anything.
Well, I'm not saying you are monetized.
I
I
know,
don't.
but I'm just saying everybody that monetizes, that doesn't mean that that they actually sit and do that. But and I would do it. I just don't know when it feels right to me to do it. But anyways, that's your choice though to drop a cash out. And you did say on one of your lives that the reason why you haven't been dropping your cash app, I think you said for 3 weeks on that live. The reason why I don't drop my cash app or put my PayPal up is because I'm trying to get SSI and
Yeah,
I
that was
can't.
before. That was before. But then somebody said I could make 20 or $10 or something here and there if I wanted to, and still maybe get SSI because I'm at that age and my heart attack and my tremors and stuff.
Right. So
But
what's the point? I mean, what's the point in saying I'm a good person because I don't put my cash app up? I mean, if you have
no,
one
I
and you
mean, I'm not going to make money on other people's pain.
miseries. Yeah, no, I feel the same way. There's no way I would put a cash app
Yeah,
up
yeah,
covering any.
and I'm not implying or saying you have or would or anything. I'm saying there's so many creators out there
Sure, and
that
I think that's wrong too.
yeah.
All right, let's see. I'm not going to be able to read everybody's comment.
Yeah,
I
and it's
think
almost 2 a.m. here, so I've got to. The last time I paid tax and pay for what? Honestly, would you have these beliefs if you had to ride your bike to work 10 hours a day, then pay for other people? The last time I paid tax was before I got married.
right. So she's asking you if you rode your bike and would you see things differently if you had to ride your bike to work and then 1/3 of your paycheck is being taken out to help other people that are not citizens here eat or drink or whatever you feel like they're doing. Um, how would it change your aspect, or would you be? No, Tina would absolutely be okay with that. I know.
I don't understand the question. I've
In
looked
other
at it
words,
3 times.
people go to work every day,
Yeah,
and they struggle to make it. They still struggle. They're working a
yeah,
lot of hours and they're struggling to make it their own in their home, but yet their taxes are being taken out to support illegals.
Oh, the
How would you feel
taxes
about
thing.
that? If you were having to ride your bike, you were supporting your family
Oh.
while working, and then to come to find out there's all these illegals over here that aren't doing shit, but they're getting money from the government, they're getting food stamps, they're getting housing, they're getting what? How would
Well,
you feel? Would
yeah,
it change
some
your
of
mind?
them, or maybe even a lot of them, but not all of them. I just
But
don't
would it
think they
change your
should be
mind?
all branched into one thing when a lot of them are hard workers.
But would it
They're
change your
in the
but would it
fields here in Washington State picking berries and doing hard labor.
okay, but would it change your mind if you knew that's what you were doing?
Probably not.
Mm. Donna says, Tina, I had your back ever since I met you on Dolly's channel. I never said anything bad about you ever, so stop
No,
misquoting me.
no, Donna, I felt I could pull your name out literally on this live because I read the entire chat while I sat back, and you weren't nice at all about me. And she's been in my chat before and hasn't been very nice. And so when I say, you know, most people thought I was asleep, and usually I am, but because I was bothered by, my chat and the interaction that I've had with Leanie in the last 2 days now or whatever. I didn't know if you'd be on. You're not on every night. And then boom,
No.
I saw the quotes, but then I didn't even think you were talking about my quote, and that's actually the truth. I didn't know if you were talking about
Well, the reason why I didn't put your name in it, and I would have
quotes.
gone back
Yeah.
and changed it. The reason why I didn't put your name in it is because I didn't want everybody who hated PCT and or disliked Leanie or hated Leanie to come over here thinking that there was going to be a big powwow. Because
Yeah.
I didn't, people that are really concerned either way about either one of us, then yeah, they're welcome here. But I'm not going to deal with the powwow.
Yeah,
MJS.
but when I read quotes, let me help. The
Mhm.
first thing that came to my mind, and then the last until I heard you bring up my name, was like quotes that government are saying, like how many people are, like other quotes that the news
Mhm.
is sharing and stuff. I didn't even think it involved me.
Oh, well, don't be so sure of yourself, Tina. Don't think I won't fire up a live girl. No, listen, if somebody came, like I said before, somebody came in my chat and said, Lainey, hold up there, you need to pull this up because you're causing some problems. I would definitely stop everything I was doing. I would pull it up. Now, Lionel did say that you cannot share screen on any tablet. So I don't know about that. I didn't know about that. I probably would have shown more grace about it than if I had known that.
Well,
Didn't know.
I'm not going to strike you or anything like that. It's just,
Well, it would have been worth the strike to get you over here and let me talk to you because listen, I wish this would have, I wish we didn't even come to this. If you were pissed off at me or hurt by me or whatever, get in
I
my
was a little
messenger
hurt
because
and just sort of shocked. And I just thought maybe you were in kind of, this is what I thought, not really mad at me, but taking things out on me because of what's all happening.
oh
That's why
no,
the first night I said, why? And that's the other thing. I really thought you were a Republican
no,
all
I'm
this time.
no. Now like I said, I'm registered as an independent because
Okay.
I don't march to the beat of anybody's drum but my own.
Okay.
I
So
learned
you're
that
not a
very, very.
Republican, but you believe
But
the
as of
beliefs,
right
or I
now, the
mean,
way that the Republican Party is going, I could see how it could be misconstrued that I am one. So I
yeah.
don't fault you for saying that. MJS, Tina's better than you people. She has a disabled son. Having a disabled son doesn't make anybody better than anybody else or a disabled daughter or anything else.
No, he just means, or I mean, he or she just means that, I struggle.
We
I
all struggle.
Well, not, yeah, but not as much as me. A lot
Yeah,
of
because
people.
Agreed, but that's a choice.
No, not all of it's a
Oh,
choice.
it's a choice. You
When
want me
you
to tell you
trust
how it's a
your
choice?
husband and he drinks like a fish
Mm-mm,
and you're
mm-mm,
literally afraid of
mm-mm.
him
No,
and
no,
you
Tina.
feel you need to divorce the person to save
Listen,
yourself
nothing's wrong with
practically.
divorcing a deadbeat, drunk ass, uh, pussy man. There's nobody's faulting you for that at all.
Well,
But it
right,
is a
but that's
choice.
what I mean. I never knew I was going to be a single parent with kids and have to deal with things. And my family, they were in the Midwest. They couldn't just come over and hand me a $10 bill or take us all out to dinner. It was me. It's been all on me.
Yeah, but that's a
Period.
choice.
No, it
Yes.
isn't. It's what
Let me
I've
tell
been
you how.
dealt in life. It's what I've been
No,
dealt
no,
in
no,
life.
no. Tina, I am
Some
not
of it.
gonna let you do
No,
that.
listen. Some of it is a choice, but some of it is the
Most of
choices
it
that I
is a
made
choice.
because of what I've been dealt in
Listen,
life.
you cannot help it. Whoever sent me that, I can't even see because in StreamYard it doesn't let you see as much. But I did see the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. I don't know who did it. I'm way up in chat. But whoever did it, thank you so much for helping pay the bills around here. Let me tell you how a lot of that is a choice.
I thought
I've
you weren't monetized, but you get super chats.
I am monetized, but I don't like I could monetize this where they're playing commercials and I'm getting money off of them commercials. I don't do it. I haven't
Oh,
done it because it hasn't felt right yet. Now I can
oh,
get
okay.
super chats. We can all get super chats, or when you monetize, you can.
Yeah.
Or you could put your links up. But no, I don't get them that much. I'm grateful for what I do get, and so whoever sent it, thank you so much for helping pay the bills around here.
Yeah.
Let me explain to you, Tina, what I mean by that's a choice. I remember many times having discussions with you about a boyfriend. You're a nice looking woman. You are. If you were ugly, I just wouldn't say you. I would just wouldn't say it. I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't say, "Hey, you're fucking ugly." But I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't say you're a nice looking woman. You're a nice looking woman. You got a great figure. You have a pretty good personality. I think you're funny as hell when you want to be, and I dig it. You're beautiful. It would not be hard to find the right man, but that's your choice because you just decided for reasons that you and I both know that it wasn't time yet. So yes, that's a choice whether you want to date and find the right man or not. So you didn't have to walk this life alone. That's your choice. Second of all, it is your choice. Hold on, hold on. You didn't have a heart attack until just a couple of weeks ago. It's been your choice not to work part time while your son goes to. I've talked to you about daytime programs and things like that. That's your choice not to put him in those things so that
I
you can
can't
work.
put him in anything. He's 29. It all changed when he turned 18. He
Yeah,
used to be in counseling. He used to be in transitions, which I've told you that program that was
yeah, yeah.
wonderful. And his father took him out of it, didn't help him get on the bus to get there. I got so many darn phone calls. We got to have a meeting, this and that, or he can't be in this. He needed that, frankly, more than high school. He needed that. He'd
Let me tell
probably
you.
have his license. His anxiety wouldn't be as bad. He would have learned about self-esteem and self-determination. Those were the names of some of the classes. Academics. He got to choose his hours. I mean, good grief. You had to have a certain amount of hours a week, but you could choose your hours during the day. 1 hour, one day, three the next, whatever. It was perfect for someone
I
like him.
I am really trying my best to be as respectful as I can and let you have your say, but you got to let me kind of have my let me.
Okay,
If you're
okay.
just like leading, look, I'm done with you, you dumb bitch. I'm out of
No,
here. Then
no,
I'll be like,
no. I
that's
just
cool.
don't
I
want
understand.
people, but I don't want people to think that I didn't try. I mean, he was
No,
in
no,
the
no.
Bridges
And
program. He was
that's
in programs, but when they turn 18, Lainey, you can't make them do squat. You
okay.
can't.
Remember, I also have a daughter who um she's not mentally I like to say challenged in any way. She has other illnesses. And believe me, I understand the 18 thing because the minute she turned 18, I was kicked out of ICU and told I was no longer allowed to stay there. But I'm not going to let you get away with that. And here's the deal. Everything you're saying to me, everything you have said to me, I could tell you how it's a choice. And the choice with your son and being 18, see, the choice with my daughter is that there was no reason for me to take any kind of custody of my child. She's a diabetic. She had a bad heart, a bad kidney from her diabetes, but there was nothing wrong with her problem solving skills or anything wrong with her being able to be an independent adult. So there was no reason for me to take custody of her. I don't understand, and I don't have to understand because I don't live in your situation, but it's, I think you want us to, I think you want to be understood in a certain way, but you're not listening to people when they say, Tina, if you want us to have compassion and maybe even not even compassion, just understand my situation and give me a freaking break, is that you, for whatever reason, you let this ex-husband of yours run your whole life with your son. Somebody should have custody of your son. He's 29 years old, yes, but he is not independent enough to live on his own. And you, even though your son has lived with you the last 5 years, you have chose to let your ex-husband run your guys' life and tell you exactly what you, now you could be scared of him. I get that. I remember the fear of my ex-husband, and to an extent I still am fearful in a way of certain things. But um as far as your son goes, in my view, I don't understand how you do not have custody, like physical, financial, all that kind of custody over all of that so that you can make the decisions for him. For whatever reason, you let Joe do that. And that's again, when I
No,
say
no
choices,
one's doing it but my son. One month he's like, I need to be in a home. Another month, he's like, I want my own place, but I need to have a roommate. And then another week, I'm going to go live with my dad. And so before these 5 years, like I've said, he was back and forth with his father 19 different times because I counted, just back and forth, and usually because of drinking issues and stuff. And then this C disease hit, and he stayed all this time because of that. And his dad's drinking has gotten worse, and to the level of them being physical one time. And one time scared my son and scared me. But he knows he can literally go. It's just a phone call away and he can be back over there. But now, because of his anxiety and everything, he doesn't even want to sit in the car too long. And we went through all that before. He was, I don't know, they were on their way to Nevada. But the thing is, and he wanted to come back here. So Joe's done so much driving, he's had it. But as far as me going to the courts, yeah, I've known this now for a few years. I didn't know about it at all till 2 or 3 years ago. But if I do that, I will lose my son because Joe will hop in his car and come over and get him. He's already used the courts against me. He's tried to get a restraining order by Parker against me. When Parker was 4, he filed for divorce, and basically said, if you sleep with me one more time, I'll drop it. So I did, and he dropped the divorce. Like it's the most insane craziness that I've been through with my son. And then the other time, he got a restraining order against me because, well, he was having issues and he was drinking, and he wanted, he didn't want the silver things put in the teeth, blah, blah, blah. They had to be, they couldn't be amalgams or whatever, or they had to be composite. And I couldn't find a place to bring our son because all the children's dentists said no. And we got in an argument about it, and I got popped in the face, and my tooth was loose, and blood went on the dashboard, and whatever. And so I was screaming, and he pulled over, and I grabbed my son, and I got out, and we have not been together since. And then, so it's not that simple. I will lose my son. I'd rather live with my son and have him feel he has a safe place to be than go to the courts and try to do something like that. Take over his SSI to raise him, because that's what would happen too. And it's, and the other thing is, though, none of us knew things were going to get to the point of psychosis. Like it was always just OCD and anxiety and depression. No, in the last few years, it's been a psychosis thing where it transpired into this schizoid affective disorder, which is almost worse than schizophrenia, but I don't see why, because I guess there's a depression thing to it. That's what a psychologist person told me at the AA hall, who's been sober for 40 some years. So that was kind of a bummer to hear. But the thing is, if he isn't with me, he will not be on medication either, because my ex is against it. Every little thing. My son is afraid to tell his dad he's back on a small amount of antipsychotic medicine. He's afraid because he knows he'll get angry. He'll send a bunch of letters talking about it, blah, 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 blah. And it's the only thing that's keeping him sane since he went off all his meds, and now he's back on it.
Uh-oh.
And so this is a thing. I can't just go to the courts. I can't just do what I think is right. I tried in the past, Parker's dream of having his own place. And I've said this before. I moved him into a place that had the elderly and disabled thing. His rent was really, really small amount. And I moved him in, back out, because he thought there was something wrong with the carpeting. He said it had stuff on it. Turns out it was brand new. Convinced him he would be okay, be able to breathe, these kinds of things. Moved him back in. And then the whole, METH little sign on a few different doors. They had a problem apparently there, with, some bad apples in a place. And so he assumes everybody's doing it. This is what I mean. When you're dealing with someone that is on the spectrum, plus has, bipolar and depressive disorder, and it kept getting worse every year. And that's why I can't just go do what I want. I want my son to get stable. He's stable enough now to be able to, play games and go for a walk with me now and then. And I mean, I've tried to have a big brother type thing with him, so he felt like he'd have a dad around. he's afraid of people. He's afraid to go to church. He thinks churches have witches. I mean, you guys, you have no idea what I'm dealing with. He's written on the sidewalk out here that my friend Viva, who doesn't even live here anymore, was a witch. He was writing it. Until you deal with a bunch of mental issues like I have, day in and day out, I'm telling you, you don't know what it's like.
I think so. Let me talk now. I think that at least for me, I know I am, and I know a lot of people here are very sympathetic to your son. He's in real trouble. He is, and we're not saying that you don't have it. I can't. Oh my God, I can't. Well, I can't imagine because I know what I would do. But I'm not you and you're not me. So I can expect you to do what I was going to do. I can only give you some advice. It's your choice whether you want to listen, Tina. A lot of what happens in our lives is choice. And
no, I'm
and
going to do it. I'll say this right here. I'm going to do it. But when his father passes, I have to get him into a home.
I have to tell you, I'm going to pray that
I can't do
somehow
it now.
you find the strength to do what you need to do. Because I know what it's like being in fear of someone, and I think there's a lot of people in this chat knows what it's like to be in fear of somebody. And I don't know what that man's done to you to make you so scared of him, and to us it may be very irrational because I know what my ex-husband did to me, and to some people it may be irrational. But
I would
I'm going
have
to pray that you find the strength.
I would have a
No,
restraining
hold
order
on, hold
against him
on. It's according to Lainey.
if he was here.
But I think I'm going to pray that you would find the strength within yourself to do what's right by you and by your son, because he's in real trouble, and I know that. And listen, I know a lot of people don't believe in medications. That you're right. But with I think, and I'm not a doctor, I only play one on YouTube. But I think that with his kind of illness, there's some proof. With his kind of illness, he definitely needs to be monitored with regular meds at all. I mean, he's comorbid. You can't fuck around with that shit. It's scary as hell, I know. So I'm going to pray that gets worked out for you, and you find the strength in yourself that you need to stand up to.
Why does it say everyone in the show can see and hear me, and I have my cam off? Can people see me?
No, I don't know who said that.
It says it right under my name. You're in the show.
Oh, it just means no. You can only see. You don't even have a picture up.
No.
Exactly what you see in the back, that's exactly what is showing here. It just means that whatever you've put on, that's what they're seeing. Like mine says that too, but I know all anybody's seeing is my picture. So
I know there's people out there that can relate to what I'm going through. And thanks for letting me be able to share and vent. But it's 2:30 and I feel like I'm getting just a little bit stressed and worried, and this is the stuff that I have to stay away from.
I understand. Listen,
but I hope we're still friends.
Tina, I don't hold grudges. I wish I could sometimes though, because I'd really like to stay pissed off at some people. But no, I don't hold any grudges. I'm glad it's taken care of. As far as I'm concerned, it's squashed. And if there's ever any problems or misunderstandings, or you don't understand me, get in my you've got my messenger. Get in my messengers. Ask me what the hell's going on, because Even if we fight and cuss and holler at each other, I would rather do that in private than to do anything like this on here where it just it's just silliness. But I hope you don't feel like I've attacked you, because I honestly, I'm sure that's going to get put out there, just like MS, whatever the hell his name is, thinks that I'm attacking you. I'm not attacking you at all. And I'm not, and I wouldn't.
And I've been accused of so much, just like, especially by him. Oh, you're just keeping. He's even said to my son and to me, you're just keeping him on pills to keep him drugged so he'll live with you. It's just so sick. It's so unfair.
Yeah, he's done a number on you.
Yeah.
And it pisses. I don't like any kind of. I'm very passionate when it comes to, you know, abuse in any sort of way. But to me, and I may be wrong for saying this, to me, the emotional abuse is much worse to me than anything else I've ever taken. And I'll never speak on the stuff I've taken because my kids listen to this sometime, and I don't ever want them to know stuff. But the emotional stuff is the stuff that's hard to get over. So I'm going to pray sincerely. I'm going to pray, and I'm going to ask the chat to pray.
Oh, don't ask the chat.
No, I'm gonna. It's my chat. I can ask. They can choose to pray or not to pray. That's their business.
All right. I'm
It's
gonna
their
hop
choice.
down though, and I'll see you around. Okay.
All right. Get in my
All right. I love
messenger if you
you.
need
Thank
me.
you.
Love you too.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Bye bye.
All right, guys. I listen. Um I'm glad we got it worked out. Um I wish it didn't have to come on YouTube. I wish it would have. And I think from now on, we have an understanding. I just want to tell everybody out there, I am not hard to find. You can find me on Messenger at According to Leanie, or you can get into my email. That is accordingtoleanie@gmail.com. If I ever piss you off, hurt your feelings, or said something that you're just like side-eyeing me about, get in there and ask me why and what the hell is my problem. Because I'd rather do it there than to come here and go toe to toe, because I don't have a problem doing that. But anyways, oh, what a night. I tell you, what a night. I appreciate you guys. Lunch lady, hello, my friend. Sent you a message, girl. I want that answered as quickly as possible. But if anybody else, does anybody else want to come up? I'm awake. I don't know if my Maggie girl's awake. Listen, when there's stuff going on, Maggie girl's gonna hide y'all because she does not do confrontation. She does not. Now I will tell you this. She doesn't do it over the phone really that much or on panel or anything like that. But if you get in Maggie's face, just ask her husband and her son. She will take you out at the knees, y'all. If you get in Maggie's face and start fussing with her, better have eaten your Wheaties that morning. I'm just going to let you know that right now, because Maggie don't play. Hi, darling. It's been a minute. Oh, my God. Come on. Are you serious? God, you guys, please don't let my son hear this. Oh, he's stressing about his flight. Oh, Laura, thank you for being here. Thank you, and thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate you so much for that. Really, I do. But even if you didn't, I still would appreciate you being here. Let's pull that up and see. Laura, I hope you come back. Corvette girl, thank you for being here. It's been a little bit, it's been a while since I've seen you as well. So I hope you're well. I'm going to pull that up. I want to see what's going on. You say India flight. Let's look at it. Breaking news. let's see. Oof. I was hoping to see a. Let me see if I can find a video that talks about it. CNN. Here we go. Can't see chat right now. Please don't do anything bad till I get there, and then I'll.
We had to cut out of this because we are getting a very important piece of news. We are learning of a plane crash at the Ahmedabad airport. This is a Air India plane that has crashed. These are visuals from the Ahmedabad airport that we are putting out for our viewers. This is looking like a big tragedy unfolding as we learn of a plane crash at the Ahmedabad airport. We are still awaiting more details of this crash, or whether or not this was a civilian aircraft. That is something that we are still ascertaining for our viewers. But this is a massive news break for our viewers as we learn of a plane crash, possibly an Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad airport in the state of Gujarat. You can see the smoke billowing because of that crash that has taken place. This is a huge tragedy as this plane has crashed at the Ahmedabad airport in Gujarat. You can see plumes of smoke
at the airport.
These are various angles from where we are, in fact, sourcing these images, possibly shot on mobile phones from various locations. People who could view this smoke bellowing from the Ahmedabad airport have managed to capture it. They are putting it across on social media, and this is a major tragedy that we are looking at as a plane has crashed in Ahmedabad airport in India. We will, in fact, get to know about more details, but these are details slowly trickling in. The first one, of course, is these visuals that have emerged. My colleague Anvit Srivastav is also now joining us. Anvit, a civilian aircraft, is it?
Laura, come and see us more. I don't understand.
What we are getting initial information is that there has been an incident involving an Air India aircraft. However, the airline has not come forward making any official statement.
I don't understand. Was it landing or was it taken off? Let's see if we can find something. How long ago did it happen? 33 minutes ago, this one was up. Video plane crash. That's only one. Hold on. Let's look at this one. Captures the moment. This is trigger warning, y'all. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Who's landing? Can y'all see that? Oh my God! Could y'all see that? Oh, I wish I could make that bigger. Let me do that again. Trigger warning, you guys. Maybe I can make it bigger. Hold on. Oh, damn. And let me... So it says, video captures moment, Air India, Ahmedabad, London flight crashed after takeoff. Oh, wow. Bound for London, crashed shortly after takeoff from Sardar Patel International Airport. Thursday afternoon. Oh my God, so it was headed. Okay, let's see that again. It was headed. Okay, let's see it again. Okay, come on now. Let's see if I can make it bigger. Oh my God. So it went up and then it just started losing altitude? That's terrible. Oh my goodness, you guys. That is terrible. Thank you for letting us know, Darlene. That's okay. We were done with that part of the live anyway, so thank you for that. I want to see if y'all, that's terrible. That's terrible. Well, all right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drop the link for anybody that wants to come up and have a little chit chat, little chatty here and there. And I'm going to go grab a stick and go pee as well. Probably make me some more coffee. Yeah. And I know it took off and then it just started losing altitude. So sad. How come we're having so many? And you can't say it's because we've got internet now. Like we say a lot of things like, why do we see more of this happening and that happening? We're just like, because we have internet now. We can see it. Everybody's got a cell phone. But y'all, let's just be honest. I mean, planes are dropping out of the sky left and right now for crazy shit. And I don't understand why. Let me drop the link. God bless those people, you guys. All right, I'm gonna put a song on. We're gonna go pee. It's been a very strange night. It has, and I hope I haven't made it. Yeah, I probably did make it stranger. I'm so sorry. I'm a strange one, Mr. Grinch. Damn, I wish Maggie was here to sing with me. Mama's gonna have to come up so we could sing together. Let's do that. Let's bring up Lunch Lady and find out how things are going and find out what's going on there. Let's do that. BRB.
Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-host with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares. Families gather around the glowing screen. Hilarity's a cocktail where we dream. Maggie's jokes are a meme machine. Turns our blues to yellow and green. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. We're said with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Back to fun, to the crazy side. Tick-tock, time flies by with Maggie's jokes that reach the sky. Leanie grins with a happy sigh. Happiness streaming, no need to cry. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. We're said with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Light and joy in the middle of the night. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning love. Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-host with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares. Families gather around the glowing screen. Hilarity's a cocktail where we dream. Maggie's jokes are a meme machine. Turns our blues to yellow and green. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. We're said with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Back to fun, to the crazy side. Tick tock, time flies by with Maggie's jokes that reach the sky. Leanie grins with a happy sigh. Happiness streaming, no need to cry. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Bursting with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Light and joy in the middle of the night. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning love. Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-hosts with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares.
Nobody's more happy that Leanie's got a bidet than Leanie is. And that's all I got to say about that. Listen, y'all, you need to get on my level. I've been telling y'all for over a year. If you do not own a bidet, you need to get one. Because if shit goes up in smoke and everybody's looking for toilet paper again, Blondie's going to be over here sitting on the toilet with my bidet, and my hiney's going to be clean, y'all. My hiney's going to be clean. You just got one more? Is it? Tell them. Tell them how fabulous it is. Tell them. Tell them, girl. Been trying to send Mary Jane Joan one forever. Oh my God. I love it. I love it. Miss Barbara, you're the one I wanted to tell. It is a full moon. That's why. That's why it's so it's good, right? So fresh and clean. Your hiney's clean. My hiney's clean. I'm telling y'all, if you don't got a bidet, they're not expensive, y'all. Get that, but get you a bidet. Get you a bidet. Let me tell you something. Beefcake came back from overseas. I don't know how. I feel like it's been a month since I've seen my husband, but it hasn't. Although I did get some news that he told his mom that he was going to see how Friday goes, tomorrow goes, and if all is still going well, that he was probably going to come home and just go back for like appointments and stuff like that, take those days off and such, because he's only been going into work 2 days a week and working from her house the rest of the time. But anyways, Beefcake comes back and says, somehow we talked about my bidet or whatever, and then because he doesn't have one in his bathroom, I only have one in my bathroom. And he was like, how the hell do you use them things? I was like, go sit down. Go, you can use it, go ahead. And he's like, no. He said, it doesn't look like yours. It like streams from the front back. I said, well, that's how you're supposed to wipe. You know, they teach us women like we don't know how to use toilet paper, right? Like who's actually wiping their hiney hole all the way up through the vaginal canal? Nobody does that. Women don't do that. We know what holes to skip and which ones. We know how not to get infections. But I was like, they teach us women, you know, right from the front to the back. I was like, nobody's got time for that. We didn't learn that when we were sitting on the potty chair. We didn't learn that. So anyways, he said he tried it. It didn't feel good. It kind of hurt. So he didn't try it again. I was like, you're using it wrong. And you're squirting it probably in the wrong places, or you the bidet I have it, it lets you control its water, so I'm not putting it on full blast. But anyways, Miss Donna, I am so sorry that that you felt disrespected here. I don't want anybody to feel disrespected here, not even panel guests. I don't want them to feel disrespected, and that's why I really would have rather just read chat and let her comment on it, and that way we can hopefully get a better understanding of each other, and also get some misunderstandings out of the way. But I'm not making excuses, but y'all know Tina. I mean, once you give her the mic, the girl's gone off somewhere over in left field. She's hard to pull back. And that's the truth. And that's not dissing her by any means at all. Tina knows that. Accosted by Rose for no reason. She just started in on me about being cloned. I did see where Tina wasn't sure if you were the real Barbara, and I meant to let her know that you had to switch phones and actually lost your whole count altogether. I know Mary Jane Doe put it in her chat for her to see, so I hope she did see that was really the real you. She won't and wouldn't, but she can start crying here, saying how she's been treated unfairly. Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming with that, Barbara. I mean, not Barbara. I'm sorry, Donna, and I am truly sorry. I am truly sorry because I would have liked to have worked on that a little bit, but I should have given myself a little bit more chance. Lulu says, according to Leanie, but honestly, after all, if that, do you think anything got resolved? No. I think we resolved, what, by me proving that what she said in her chats about me, I think, yes, I think that got resolved. I think she finally saw it. I think she saw that how she was putting things could be taken as racism. But as far as anything else goes, no, I don't. I wish we could have done a better job with chat and her back and forth. That way we could have, maybe closed the gaps a little bit. Who knows why she cloned you? It's ridiculous for very obvious. I worked that one out ages ago. It's so funny because I remember her reading a book aloud about narcissism. Laura, you're cute. Look at Laura. Laura, you're that pretty. You can't hang out and chat that long, especially when Sean's here. Don't try to take my man. Just kidding. You'll learn my sickening humor, but I'm really not kidding. But no, I'm kidding. I still am sorry, Miss Donna. I really am, because it happened in my chat. I just wish it would have been a little bit different. Yeah, April. I think so. I don't believe she's mean. I don't think she's mean-spirited. I agree with you. I think there's a lack of self-awareness, and I do think that sometimes she doesn't know when she's really, really deflecting bad. All the crazy stuff, and I was hoping it had all stopped. Just because people don't do their lives anymore doesn't mean that everything has stopped. They just do it other places. Different branches of narcissism, research traits, and vulnerable narcissists. Lisa Rose is the one that cloned me. I remember the Barbara Smith clone. I thought there was two. Wait a minute, Lisa, wasn't there two? I thought there were two Barbara Smiths other than our Barbara. My mama. That picture's a few years ago. I don't care. You're still damn cute. I bet you're still cute. Laura says, I disagree. I think she knows what she's doing, but I could be wrong. Well, I mean, I like it when people say I could be wrong, because at least you're giving and you're leaving an open end. You know what I mean? So that basically you're willing to see something different if that's what's put out for you. You know what I mean? Because anytime I see something, there are some things that I'm just not going to be. I'm like a tree standing there. I'm not going to be freaking moved. But there's a lot that I'm just like, God, I hope I'm wrong, and I'm willing to be wrong. Please make me wrong. So I get that. Barbara Smith, well, someone who went into her chat praising her and apologizing for being mean to her. So whoever the clone was certainly tried to lift up that creator. Oh, you're talking about the clone of Miss Barbara? Oh. I thought there were two, though. There was one. I caught it out because I called her out and she came back as Sally. I could swear one night in her chat there was like two Barbaras, and I knew one of them wasn't our Barbara. I knew either one of them weren't. In fact, I think Barbara came in like when one left or something. I want to be wrong, trust me. Girl, I feel that. There was one that said, I want to come on your panel. I said in the beginning that it was about Tina's pockets and not illegals. Look what happened. I think Tina, I think I do think now, maybe listen, I'm not going to lie. Don't let this get out, but I can be easy to manipulate. I really can. But once I've got your number, I got your number. I do think that she does believe that she's standing up for being humane, as she puts it, towards them. But I think there is a lack of humanity for without her realizing it, for the men and women who are out there just freaking doing their job. I was watching a little bit of it tonight. I was chit-chatting with my mama, with my YouTube mama. And while I was chatting with her, I was watching a little bit of Agenda Free. And he was showing some of it, like when the horses went up and were backing all the people away from City Hall because the curfew was coming out. Oh, fuck. You guys, I forgot what I was going to say. What the hell was oh, man. I'll show my age. Maggie's wearing off on me. Shit, it was going to be really good too. Damn it. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I saw this man walking, like they had pushed everybody back already, and there was one man that was walking right in front of this whole line of cops, waving this flag and just bitching back and forth, yelling at the cops back and forth. And I'm thinking, what the hell are you yelling at them for? I mean, they're just doing their jobs. I'm sure they just want to be home with their families. They don't want to be out there spit on and have shit thrown at them and screamed at to their face. They don't want to deal with they don't want to deal with your sickening asses, but it's their job. I think there's a lack of that, where you can't see these men in uniform as in they have a job to do. and they're doing their job. Just because they wear a pew pew on the side of them, a black outfit, combat boots, and they're doing a job. And believe me, everybody hates a cop until they need a cop. There's the truth. And now, that's not, I'm not plugging anything. I do not have any family members in law enforcement. I believe in the blue. And I'm not only talking about the Colts. I want to go make a hot chocolate, but when I went to make coffee this morning, I came back and everyone was gone and the live was over. Will you be here? Yes, I will be here. I will be here. I will not go anywhere. In fact, I'm fixing to go over there and put my creamer in my coffee. You don't believe it for 1 second, Laura said. 1 second. Listen, this is what I have to understand of it all. Okay, that you guys have a much longer history than I do, right? For those of you that don't know, and I don't think there's many in here that don't know, but let me just say this. I have always worked since I was 18 years old. No, I take that back. I'm sorry, 19. I came back from Germany when I was 19 with 3 children. And I went to work at nighttime. My very first job was at Food Lion in the deli department. My mom helped me get that job because she was a cashier. And it was my first job. I was scared to death, but I was super excited to be making my own money and doing my, having something for myself and helping my family. And I worked. I took off, I think 6 months I took off in between jobs because my grandbaby needed me. And so I took off that time. But other than that, I've always worked. Always. I worked 15 years for IHOP as a waitress. I worked many factory jobs. I worked at nighttime and on the weekends so that I never had to have a sitter. And then life moved on and moved on and moved on. And I moved out here to this new place that I've been living because baby Chow, my baby son, I've got 5 kids. My baby son went to college. And so we sold our house over there in Noblesville. And then we moved over here by the college. And we've been living here since 2022 when he graduated from school. And we'll be moving again next year when he graduates college. But during that time, right before we moved here, the Gabby Petito case was going on, right? And I was like, I'd come home from work, my last job I did for 6 years, and I was working at an adult daycare center, and I worked with Alzheimer's patients and traumatic brain injuries and things like that, right? And so I loved my job. I absolutely I couldn't stand my boss. She couldn't stand me. It was okay. But I absolutely loved my job. So, but there's no sense in driving an hour back and forth to work, right? So, and I am blessed that I don't have to work. My husband can pay the bills. Now, do we have enough money where we can go out to eat every night? No. I mean, we're still paying for baby child signed for his own college, so he's paying for that. But, we still make sure he's got enough clothes and buy him a new pair of shoes every 6 months and make sure he has enough food because he's a picky eater. And I've got 2 dogs and a cat, and so we don't live the high life here, but I don't need anything, right? So I was into the Gabby Petito case. So I come home from work and I search all the news organizations on my regular TV. And I would reach out to my kids because we have a family chat, and I would be like, anybody heard anything on Gabby Petito? And they're like, Mom, go on YouTube. And I was like, wait, what? I thought YouTube was just about music because I did play music on YouTube. And they're like, no, you can find anything you want on YouTube. I was like, since when? And they're like, just go type in Gabby Petito. And y'all, that's where I found this place. And so that was like, whenever the Gabby Petito thing, the first person I found was Grizzly True Crime. I was in love with her. I was like, oh, I thought she was a celebrity. I did. I thought everybody who was a creator on YouTube was a celebrity. So then I went from there and started, like, Grizzly would only do, a live, like not a live, but yeah, live or a video once a day or something. So then I was like, there's got to be other stuff about Gabby Petito. So then I found myself over in Krama, and I was amazed. I was like, oh my God, like, people are just being mean to each other to be mean to each other. Who lives like this? What are y'all doing? Somebody go to work. I sat in the bushes forever. I was just like, what the hell? Like, are you people for real? Like, how old are you? I just couldn't believe what I've seen. I was like, I got to get the hell out of here, right? So then I went searching. And I had already made up my mind. One day I would like to have a YouTube channel and do true crime. That's what I thought, really. And during this process, when I was over in Crom, I was like, yeah, there's no way I would do that with my channel. There's no way I would do this with my channel. I made mental notes. I made real notes because everybody knows I always have a little notebook, and I'm always writing ideas and stuff down. And so anyways, I wrote down some ideas of what I would like to do with my channel and not have a channel like that. So the first thing I wrote in it was, I gave myself a goal. I wanted 1,000 subs. That's it. And so I told my family, and they're like, yeah, you'll be really good at it. My boys did not want me to even put my picture up here. My girls were like, oh no, Mom, you need to show your face because your expressions are what makes you funny, not your mouth. Your mouth just pisses people off. I was like, anyway, so that's a long story in itself. So anyways, then once I figured out my, what I wanted my channel to be about, then I was like, I got to get the hell out of here. And then I just started jumping into everybody. Like, I just hit the live button. Whoever's live, I'd just sit there in the bushes. Then I ended up finding Tina. And I sat in the bushes for about a month and a half, just watching. And she cracked me the fuck up. She kept saying, I've only had a channel. Where's Maggie to do her voice for me? Damn. I've only had a channel for like a month and a half or something weird like that. And I was just like, wow, I thought she was funny. And I really liked her. So and I watched all the chat go, and they weren't tearing each other up and being completely hateful. There were some hateful comments. I didn't understand them. Now I understand them because they're about a certain creator that she used to hang out. But I didn't understand them because I didn't know who that creator was and what the beef was about. And so after about a month and a half, then I finally said hello in chat. And then I don't know, I must have said something. She was like, she saw me and she said hello to me. And then I think it was like maybe the next time I came on her channel, I had said something or whatever. She's like, hey, would you, like to come up and chat? And I said, okay, I've never done that before, but sure, let me jump on up here. So I got up and we were talking. We had the best time. We were laughing, joking, cutting up. And I was like, man, I knew it could be a special relationship, right? And then she was like, look, she said, have you ever thought about having your own channel? You have a great voice. You're funny. She gave me a lot of compliments, which was nice. And I was like, well, as a matter of fact, I've already made a channel, but I've only got like 27 people, and they're all just family, right? I didn't even tell my friends. It was, oh my God, I don't need people telling all my secrets. So I was like, it's all my family, just to help me get started. And I've got to have 50 to go start my lives. And she's like, oh, we could get you there. I'm not kidding you. Within two more times I was in her chat, I got up to 50. And then I was like, well, I want to remember the first day I go live. So I'm going to go on my oldest daughter's birthday, which was like 2 weeks later on February the 12th. That way I'd always remember it. And Tina put it out on her channel. Look, Leanie's going to be going live. We all need to go support her, blah, blah, blah. And Melly Joe was the very first person in my live that night from Tina's channel. My sister, there was only 8 people there. My sister was there. One of my kids was there. My granddaughter, who I didn't even know it was my granddaughter. Melly Joe was there. I forget who else. Anyways, Melly Joe was seriously like the minute it started, she jumped in. I think my sister was already there, but because I spoke to Melly Joe first, she's the only one I didn't recognize the name. I recognized her from Tina's chat, but I knew the other names because they were my family. And so me and Mel started talking, and I thought she was my granddaughter. Hi, Kaz. I thought she was my granddaughter punking me, or one of my family was punking me, because I have a granddaughter that we call Melly Joe as well. Her name is Amelia Joe, and we always have called her Melly Joe. So, or Millie Joe, whatever. And I was like, are you, all right, which one of my kids are you? Because I just knew they were punking me. She's like, no, really, you know. And then anyway, so we got down to the bottom of it. And I don't think Melly Joe has ever missed a live, except for if she has had something really going on in her life where she's gone off to one of her classes. And then after that, people just started following me over here. But I had, in that time, that month and a half that I was watching Tina, I was still watching like Gisela and stuff like that. And I thought, there was no freaking way that I was going to do true crime. And because I seen a lot of true crime over in Krama. And if that's what it meant to do true crime and get to 1,000 subs, I wasn't into it, because I wasn't going to spend every day of my life, however long it took me to get to 1,000 subs, arguing with people and becoming enemies. I was just like, no, like my real life could be like that, right? Why do I want that? And I think if you're going to do true crime and do it right, it's a lot of work. I mean, I think it takes a lot of, we do Koberger Wednesdays, and Thursdays we do case discussions, Q&A of the Koberger trial coming up. And it's a lot. I'm telling you, I work. I put in many hours to do those lives. And then, you know, I'm talking back and forth with Maggie. I'm sending her stuff. She's sending me stuff. We're working it out, you know, so that we could be prepared and actually look professional when we get here. But, I wouldn't want to do that every damn day of my life, because I don't want to put in that much time into the research to be factual, because I don't just want to talk about, oh, you guys, I think this is what happened. No, I want to put out facts. So I just decided, you know what, let's just be human. How about that? How about we're just human? How about we just come in here and be ourselves? And you guys will quickly find out that I'm a foul mouth, quirky, very, very sarcastic, middle-aged, pissed off woman. And you're either going to like me or you're going to hate me, and there's nothing in between. Never heard anybody say that Alini, she's okay. No, you either like me or you don't like me, and that's the end of it. And I'm okay with that, because I know who I am. So I went live every day for 6 months, 10 8-hour lives. I think I took 3 days off during that 6 months. Sometimes I would come in late. A couple times I had to take off because I ended up taking Mr. Joe to the hospital and then meet my daughter at the hospital. Those things happen. And I wasn't really close to anybody that I could just reach out Messenger and say, hey, this is going on. Because that all was happening even before I had Maggie as a co-host. So I was just spinning it and spinning it and spinning it and working my ass off. I wasn't going to other people's chat and jumping on their panels and pulling in, subs that way. I wanted to do it really from what I already had. Now, at that time, Tina had introduced me to Rose. I did go on Rose's panel a couple of times. Rose came over here a couple times. There was a few things that happened, and I personally blocked Rose from here. Sorry to the mods who all got blamed for it, but I'm the one that did it. The minute Rose got blocked, but she's the only one that said that she didn't know about it, but all her people knew about it because every person just about that came over here from Rose's channel left. So now I'm back down to, I don't know, 60, 70, right? And I was like, that's fine. So I quit going on channels. I was like, I just want to build it, you know, with the people that are already here, that the people that came and stayed, and we'll build it. We're just gonna do it. And we did it in 10 months without running chat to chat and jumping on people's panel to promote a channel. I didn't do it. And all the while we were growing, because I didn't grow this channel by myself. I know that this was not me 100%. This had everything to do with the mods that I know God gave me. This had everything to do with Maggie, who God gave me I knew right away that she had to be my little gnome. It had everything to do with Barbara Smith. It had everything to do with RC. It had everything to do with the people that just came in here and laughed and joked and cut up and just jumped on chat and kept the chat flowing and jumped up on panel. I mean, if it wasn't, it was like a whole gang of people that got together, and we all knew we just needed 1,000. And I told everybody in the beginning, the minute I get to 1,000, I will never ask for another sub. If the subs come, then they come. If they don't, we're okay. And we have been okay. So in 10 months, in 2 months, we were monetized. In 10 months, we got our goal. I'll never forget that night. I forget who was the first person to scream it out in chat. We got it. We got it. And it was an emotional night for me because even my kids told me, Mom, don't be hard on yourself because it's going to take about at least a year and a half, maybe, to get to 1,000 subs. Sometimes it takes people a lot longer. And I was hearing that all along. Like, people would come to my panel that had channels and stuff, and they were like, wait a minute, you've been here for how long? And you've got this many subs. And so I took that as a great compliment, not just to myself, but to the people that helped me build it, that stuck with me and stayed in here and made it a really fun place to be. And I never took that for granted. But all the time we were doing that, we were growing other channels. I was trying to give back. I was trying so hard to give back. I wanted to help people like I was being helped. And who better to help than the ones that are right here with you? And so we started growing channels, and I can't even tell you at this point how many we grew. I got really blessed. Lunch Lady came in here. She started writing my songs because everybody got tired of hearing my StreamYard songs for free. Back before AI would really help you write a song and everybody jumped on the bandwagon. Lunch Lady started writing the music. I mean, word for word. She just didn't plug in a couple words and then let it write it for her. Word for word, Lunch Lady. Every song you hear on here has been written by Lunch Lady for free. And even to the point, I mean, tons and tons of them. Beefcake was listening to him and he said she needs to start doing this and then charging people to do it, but she didn't. And then I think about, I mean, there's so many, it's like everybody piled in and took a position and just never left the position. Like they just held up their piece, you know, of the whole thing. And everybody just found their place and they settled in and they didn't. You know, we've had a couple come and go, and that's okay. That's expected. we've had a couple, 2 or 3 people that really hurt me. Learning, I've learned a lot. And they left, and that's fine. But through all of that, I did learn a lot. And then I realized I looked around, and I still do it. I sometimes look around and I'm in awe of the same names that I see that I saw way back when, and they're still here. And then I see new people coming in, and I'm like, wow. And then I hear, hey, I subbed up to you, I'll be back. And I'm like, wow. You know, I've been given so much, and there's no way to ever give it back. But I don't take for granted anything anybody's done for this channel. And little or big, whether you just sat in the bushes and, you know, gave support from there, or you came down here and kept chat moving, because everybody knows that it is a lot easier on a creator if she's got someone to talk to and engage in chat. And I know I'm not engaging in chat right now because I just want to get all this out, but it's my favorite thing to do. There's been some ups and downs. We watch people get married on here. We watch some, you know, some people's kids get married. We watch subs get married. We've watched babies be born. We've cried a lot. We've laughed a lot. We've hurt. We've giggled. We've made fools of ourselves. We've laughed at each other. I've laughed at Maggie more than anybody. And every day is a blessing. And I can honestly say, for every one of us that's here and everybody in this world, we have all survived 100% of our bad days up to this point. Remember that. Bad times are going to come. Tears are going to come. That wave's going to come in. But remember, we've all survived 100% of our bad days. We've all been here during the bad days together. We're going to continue to be here for the bad days together. We're just going to get through them. And we're going to be here for the really, really good times. Oh, Cass, that's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. We have a great community, Lizzo. We do. Lizzo, she probably hates me keep repeating this, but you know, Lizzo sat right here having a heart attack and modded this channel. I don't know for how many hours before she finally went to the hospital. That's dedication. I don't recommend it at all. Listen, if you got some kind of medical problem, go to the hospital. To Lizzo's credit, I don't think she realized it was as serious as what it really turned out to be. But she was in some serious pain, and she stood her ground, and she stayed right there, and she was modding this channel. I've been blessed, and I am blessed, and it's because of you guys. When I first came on here, I could not even say the word death or dead when it came to my mama. I always said, she left. And it confused a lot of people. Where'd your mama go? And you guys made a way for me to be able to get through that, and it didn't become such a final scary word to me anymore. Because it's a final scary word, right? And I couldn't use it. But so I guess what I'm trying to say is, people have told me what a blessing this channel is, and thank me for coming on different times, whatever. If you knew how therapeutic this has been for me. Anything that I've been able to give any of you is nothing of what I've taken away from it. Because see, I'm just one voice. I hear all your voices in chat. Hear Lulu, April, my mama, Kaz, Lizzo, all of y'all. Mary Jane, Melly. I hear all your guys' voice, so I'm really the blessed one. I'm really the blessed one. We've all got a part to play. We've all got a part to play here. Find your place, wherever it may be. Find your place, because there's a place for you. And jump in. Don't be scared to talk to us about anything. One thing I can say, I've never really seen too much judgment going on here. I really haven't. And I'm not saying that because it's my chat. I'm just letting you know that I think everybody's been here long enough to see the mods don't put up with shit. You're going to have to leave. Because we're not having the same kind of chat everybody else is. You can have that next door. Just walk out the door, go next door. To the left or the right, you'll find that kind of chat. When we're bored here, we'll go find that chat too, I guess. But the mods knew exactly what I was trying to do, what I wanted to create and hope to create, and the type of community that I was wanting. And y'all, those mods, those mad mods, they have made sure that we have a very safe, supportive channel. That's not me. I'm not the one sitting here going block, 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 block. They know what we want. It's not just what I want. Because if you guys didn't want it, you wouldn't be here too. So the mods said, what do you need us to do? I said, this is the kind of channel I want. Make this happen. And they did. So they get rid of all the shit. So I'm just saying this to say, whatever's going on in your life, happy, sad, mad, indifferent, just need to talk, this is the channel. Because we're not here to judge you. Nobody cares. We're not here to judge you. And we all have our flaws. And guess what? We just accept those. Nobody's putting on any airs here. Nobody's hiding their crazy here. Believe you me, we do not hide our crazy here. We tell you that we are just a bunch of menopausal women, living our best life, trying to at least. We need a fucking break. And we just want to be fucking goofy without any responsibility for just a little while during the day. And forget about everything else. And that's what we do. No judgment. We all go through our trials. You will find a kindred spirit. I can promise you that. You will find a kindred spirit here. Maybe more than one. You will find it. You will find that person that understands you. You will find that person that may have gone through some of the same things you went through. You will find that person that says, here, lean on me for just, oh my God, I'm going to get emotional. No.
I've made friends here who understand that sometimes we just need a little hand. I've made friends here that check on me. I've made friends here from faraway countries. I've made friends here through God and leaning. When you feel so lonesome and blue, I can tell you what to do. Come to Leanie's and say hello. You're a wonderful person that we want to know. My heart is happier, my head is held high, filled with sweet laughter and sometimes a cry since I've been here. Shyness stiffens, my voice is set free, coming into a chat where you all notice me. When you feel lost and so alone, when your words can't find their way home, when transitions are upon your heart and you need a place to start, come to Leanie, according to Leanie, where you will never go unnoticed. Come to Leanie's, according to Leanie's, where everyone is true, true to their heart and still kind to you. No nonsense and drama, we're all about fun. The real true family, accept everyone. According to Leanie, no other place is the same. According to Leanie, remember her name. According to Leanie, no other place is the same. According to Leanie, remember her I've made friends here who understand that sometimes we just need a little hand. I've made friends here that check on me. I've made friends here from faraway countries. I've made friends here through God and Leanie. I've made friends here who understand. Hey, let's take a break. Have a smoke, put your coffee on and take another toke. It's wild here, we do proclaim. We go through life without any shame. We sing and laugh while Leanie sighs. Then she winks at all the guys. We're just a bunch of silly mates, having a good time without the hate. Well, my, oh my, would you look at that? Leanie shaved her eyebrows. what a mess. Taking a break 'cause it's such distress. Everyone get back here, back to this chat. We got people waiting to chew the fat. Take out your laundry and make your bed, so you won't feel guilty being here instead. Throw the meat in the crock pot, put some beans in a pan. Now your dinner is cooking to feed your fam. Our intermission has come too close. Get back in the chat now, you crazy hoes. 1, 2, 3, there we go. Go. Hey, let's take a break. Have a smoke, put your coffee on and take another toke. It's wild here, we do proclaim. We go through life.
Y'all, sometimes my face, my emotions, my eyes, they betray me. Enough of that. Y'all know how special you are to me, so just stop it. That's enough. That's a newer song that was written by our one and only Lunch Lady. And I'm not reading these comments on purpose because y'all just make me cry. I don't like crying. Gosh, leave. Something more upbeat. Yeah. Y'all, I love that one song, though. I just do. And we've had it a long time. And it must sound like in all these songs that I've paid Lunch Lady to just lift up Leanie so much. But I didn't. But honestly, when it talks about that, I think of us when it talks about, according to Leanie, like everybody here. Read mine, you won't cry. Stop making Leanie cry, all you nice loving bastards, or I'll block you blooming ass. Oh my goodness. I need Maggie. How's Maggie think she's sleeping in, y'all? Y'all? What? Where the hell is Maggie? Who does she think she is? I ain't slept all night. I got stuff to do. Damn it. No, I hope Maggie has slept okay. I hope she had a good night's sleep. She needed it. Lunch Lady, I did see that you did finally sleep, and I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I'm going to drop the link one more time to invite somebody up. If you want to come up, come up. If you don't, you don't. And then I'm going to close this then. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'll do. Thank you guys for being here. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up, thumbs down. It really don't matter to me. It's no sweat off my back at all. Just let the algorithm know that we are here. So do that. Let me see real quick. God, you guys, I hope I don't. I hope I didn't mess this up. I might have. Okay, I didn't. Okay, good. Where's Maggie when you need her to make me laugh, right? Melly Joe, call Maggie. Tell Maggie to come save me. Did you message Mag and tell her you on? I did not, because when I came on, I knew she was going to be asleep. But she should be checking every morning when she wakes up anyways. I mean, what kind of house is that? Oh, she's wrote some good ones, Laura. She's wrote some real good ones. Beautiful songs. Beautiful songs. Most of them are just damn funny, to tell you the truth. That's what it is. Most of them just damn funny. Okay. Do you want to be on camera or no? Give me a thumbs up if you do. Okay. We got someone in backstage, y'all. Bam!
Hello. Hello, y'all. How you doing?
Lord of the Drunks. That's for the Lord of the Lost Socks.
Yeah, I am. But now I think I'm more Lord of the Drunks. I don't know how I got in here. I don't know which email I'm on. So I've never used this. Wait. As soon as I speak, then the dogs come. Okay, it doesn't matter. Wow, I just heard the news of this aeroplane crashing in India.
I know. It
crashed into a building, into a residential building.
Really? Well, it had gone up. It was on so it was on takeoff, and then it just lost altitude.
I don't know exactly. I haven't watched. I just heard it on the radio, on the talk radio, short news.
We pulled it up. You could see the plane crashing.
Yeah, I saw the crash on you. I saw the crash.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I saw that with
you. Yeah, it said it was taking off though.
I saw it on your. I did a catch
up. Oh, you did? Oh, you've been there that long? Oh, and
no, I had to catch up. I left, and then I put you on pause because I wanted to see how it ended. And then she put the waterworks on. Ha ha ha.
Listen, we don't let that out. We don't let that out, Lionel. We're not letting that out. We're telling anybody that. As far as anybody knows, I'm hard as stone.
I am bad and I'm dumb, so I can't tell anybody how to live their lives. You have more of a right to tell somebody, and you're only doing it out of love.
Well, yes.
See, we create our own realities out of our choices we make. We can fix the mistakes, but we create our own. I can't blame anybody for my drinking. And I do. I blame in my head. You know, it's easy. You find this person's problem and that person. But, you know, with me, it's a little bit different. People say you get a job. You know, when you're at your age and in a country where they're not allowed to employ white people in corporations, if you've got a business with over 50 employees, you're not allowed to have the white person is not allowed to be the manager. They have to be the subordinates, the lower level people in your company. We've got strange laws that are anti-white laws, like 145 or 140 anti-white laws for work, for business.
Wow.
So that's why I do what I do. I massage and I just pay the bills. It's not a middle class salary or wage as your middle class, but I am considered middle class in this country. My measly, $1,000 is equal to $1,000, maybe sometimes $1,500 a month I live off. And I can't afford to. I don't know how other people live, but they do. But I can't afford to because I drink it away. So that's my own. I drink and smoke. And it costs too much money. I was a big chatter. Sorry, I'm doing like her. I was a big chatter in the chat, but then I also had to shut up a bit because, you know, it's easy to judge. We judge other people by what they say and do, and we judge ourselves by our intentions.
Yeah, I think so. I listen. I count myself a compassionate person. I do. And I try so hard to try. Look, there's no way I could step in your shoes, right? There's no way. I'm not going to pretend to do that. But a smile is universal and a hug is universal. And I can't give you guys a hug. I could give you a smile. If you know where to look, you know where to look, and you'll be able to find me when I have ponied up and been show my face, my live face on camera. But
the thing is, you have to be honest. Tina triggered you.
Oh yeah, she knew she did. Absolutely. And that's why I opened this live, because listen, we all get talked about, right? And it just is what it is. It's part of what we signed up for, right? We're not going to be everybody's cup of tea. And I've always said that. I always say add some liquor and you're going to love me a whole lot more. Hi, Rondi. Good to see you. But I was triggered because of the way that it was left. And I listen, I can be a bad enough person, believe me. Everybody knows that about me. And my mouth gets me in enough trouble. I can make my own enemies. I just don't need somebody's perception from what they've heard from somebody else to make it worse.
Yeah.
I think there are times that if it's done in a public forum, like it was done, then and the creator cannot, for whatever, either can't or won't correct it. And in Tina's case, I guess she couldn't, because you said that you cannot share screen on a tablet.
No, you can't. Not a normal.
Yeah, so I didn't know, because I went in there and asked her if she would look it up and then just correct misquoting me and stuff. And she didn't. So I was like, you know what? I'm not going to let that fly. So,
okay.
And I believe in giving, I would much rather do it in private. If not, I would rather do it like this, where we're both up and our voices are heard. You know what I mean? Because typing can be taken like she took out of context, not to her fault at all. But when I said, you're white, and I put a question mark, of course that could be misconstrued in 50 different ways. So that's why I like doing voices, because I think we can figure out if someone's pissed off when you can hear their voice. I think we can figure out if they're hurt or if they're happy. You know what I mean? So I dig this kind of communication.
Yeah. No, you're a good granny. You're a good granny bear.
Oh, fuck off, Lionel. No, I'm proud to be I'm very proud. I mean, Lionel, you know the story. I had 3 kids by the time I was 18 years old. And people used to say to me all the time, God, I hated it so much, Lionel. They would say, oh my God, they didn't know my age, but I looked young. And they would be like, you're such a baby. Like, you're so young. Where's your parents? Blah, blah, blah. Lionel, this is what I thought. If I could just get to 21, people would quit saying this shit to me. Like, I would be of age to have 3 kids now. So it wouldn't look so terrible. Like I was the child bride that I was, and the child mother that I was. And now I just wish I wouldn't have done that. I wish I'd have enough nerve to say, hey, fuck off,
Wow.
Like, I'm not nice to say. It's my, these are the choices that I've made, and can't respect that, then go over there and talk to your friend about me, So
I don't get it. There are these people in this world that really believe Gavin Newsom. That's my problem.
He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he should be arrested.
Yeah, he should be. He absolutely should be.
First, he should be arrested. Then the other one that looks like a dinosaur with the bad wig, that senator in LA, she should be what do you call it? Retired. Seriously, she's too old.
I agree with you. I think
That's their answer. That's their answer. Well, why did you come and arrest me? Or her answer is, well, why didn't you shoot me? Well, darling, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I should shoot her. She's so silly, that horrible woman. Just to go against
it's a joke.
Anything. It's Trump derangement syndrome. And yeah, things are maybe not better, but then they go and make it worse.
Let me ask you this. What does your country think about America? Do you think we're a joke? Do you think...
No, we have left and right thinking here. I cannot post on Facebook anything about Trump because I am pro-Trump. All my Facebook friends are anti-Trump, and they're the white gays. Then you get the blacks that are anti-Trump because they're basically anti-anything American. They anti-anything American. Even since Obama, they didn't like.
Oh, wow.
And we were still... putting hat in hand for asking for money from America. But the government hated the Americans. They was like, we don't need to. And then they went and spoke. Then they had to go and speak to Trump because he put all the tariffs.
Right.
And we still haven't got anything. It's still bullshit. And America's our biggest trading partner. Ford is leaving South Africa. We used to build all the right-hand drive Ford for the world. They leave in South Africa. All American companies are going to leave South Africa anyway. Because
I'm sorry, we need our companies back.
We're allowed to operate here because Elon Musk's South African and he's white. You're not allowed to be a white owner of such a big company in this country. It's fucked up. But I love it. I love it. The people are good. And you just stay in your own lane. That's all that's important.
Stay in your own lane. That's good advice right there. So can I ask you something, Lionel? Can we get controversial just a minute?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, damn it, Lionel. Damn it, do we have to? You know what I'm going to ask you, you little turd?
Oh, wow. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
I'm ready for it. I'm so...
You ready? You ready? But yes. I'm always fair, right? I think I'm fair most of the time. I'm going to try to be fair.
No, I believe you're a good judge. You're a good judge.
Do you feel like, and this is none of my business, so if you want to say, Lainey, it's really none of your business, I'll respect that, and then I'll... when I talk to myself later, when I'm standing out there and talking to myself and telling myself what I should have said and what I didn't say and what I wanted to say and what I, that kind of thing, because it always goes on after live. I don't know if you do that as well, but I do it after lives. I critique myself.
Especially when you drink, especially when I drink. Yes. I do that all the time. It's always tomorrow.
Yeah, like I feel like the live that we did this afternoon was not, it definitely was not my best live. Of course, I jumped over to my YouTube mama and I was like, I think it sucked and I'm having anxiety. And she gave me the truth, and that's one thing that I love about her. Even if she thinks it's going to hurt my feelings, like she gives me the truth. And she agreed with me. And I appreciated it. So yeah, I'll critique myself later on this. But so if you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer, but I'm going to talk shit about you to myself later after this. Do you think with what's going on with you and Sierra, do you think you fucked up?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Do I think she got offended? Yes. Do I?
No, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
Fucked up? Fucked up what?
No, I'm just asking you. No, I'm just asking you in general, is there any part of it that you think you fucked up?
Absolutely not. It was the first time I was honest.
Really, Lionel?
Yes. I've only been congenial and polite to her.
So
I've only been polite to her. She has her problems, and I shouldn't talk about her problems. She has major problems in her life, and I only supported her. until she said, I don't think you're real. This is not real, because she wants me to be her gay husband. She wants me to come to America. I mean, I understand people fall in love with me, like we all fall in love with Team Rose, or we fall in love with a creator. I am not on YouTube looking for a wife or a husband. Okay, first of all. Second of all, if you want to have a back and forth conversation with me on Messenger every single day, that's okay. I will be as polite as can be, but it's not for me to tell you how to live your life. Yeah? Mm-hmm. And it's not for anybody else to tell me how to live my life. I have to see my mistakes. It's worthless, but I do appreciate the love. But she made a song, art. We call it art, don't we? And she showed her true colors of what she thought of me. She was playing me along all the time.
Mm. So aside from
that, I don't bring up everything between her and my conversations on there. But believe me, I've seen her look, let me put it to you this way, okay? And I thought about it. The very first time she came up on my panel, she spoke about her relationship with Dolly. Mm-hmm. And it was a gay relationship, and they fucked 3 times. And her son met him. That's who she is. That's the type of person she is. That's the first thing she came up on my panel, and she told me about her sex. I actually blanked out while she was speaking about it. I had to watch it over again. I was like, wow, I missed so much, like you just said now. I was just like gobsmacked that she wants to spread that information across she tells me that this is a public forum, and that's the first thing she blasts on my panel. Now, yes, I am a Gemini. I love the gossip, but we all know that gossip is black spells. They are dark spells. That's what gossip does. But at the same time, she does that to Dolly. Her whole account is anti-Dolly or for Dolly, and anti-PJ and for PJ. And she got me watching PJ, and I like PJ. But then, you know what she went and done? She comes running to me. Oh, Ernie Shelby, he doesn't like me anymore. I said, but why are you speaking with him? But she's trying to scratch her cookie. She's trying to get her some nutty with these guys in Kentucky, because that's what they are. They're homosexuals. And she sent a pic, and then she showed me what they said to her. It was they demoralized her. They pulled her underneath the bus. Okay. And then I had to comfort her. And she says, look, it's not so ugly. And then she sends me the pic, and I comfort her, and yes, it's nice. It's nice. What must I be? What must I do? This is what she is like. That's the real her. And she doesn't like the real me. So there we go.
Okay. So I wasn't talking about all of that. Do you know what she's really upset about?
Her son.
Yes.
That I spoke of her son. I know why she broke it off with me is because I spoke of her son.
Right. So that's the part. The other stuff that's between y'all and all that, I don't know it. I'm not in your guys' messenger, so I can't speak on all that. But I'm just asking you, do you feel like you
picture it? I can see things. I can see you through this screen now. She's watching me with her son daily, communicating with me with her son daily on Messenger. It's like trying to own me. You know what I'm saying? And then I must be the respectable wannabe dad. I'm not a wannabe dad. I'm not here to help you with your life.
But see, could it be that she just looked at you as a really good friend, and she was sharing
I was
things
doing
with
that.
you? But listen,
I was doing that until she dropped the song.
Listen, love bug. Could it be that she was sharing with you parts of her life that she trusted with you and didn't expect you to use it against her later?
No, she wanted to use everything against me later.
Okay, so
that's what I feel. That's what I feel. She kept on fishing.
You know what? I can, and I'm.
She wanted my cockpicks. That's what she wanted. She wanted to sell them around America. That's what she wanted. I actually did it, and she didn't. She got such a surprise that I had already deleted it. She couldn't screenshot it. That's what I know about her. She's slimy like that.
So the only thing that I'm asking about is her son. Do you feel bad?
He's a beautiful man. He's a beautiful man. She's holding him back. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Do you feel bad that you brought up her son in the context that you did and how you did it?
It started off by me saying that, and that she also, the very first live, she already had prepped this. She had groomed me. The very first live, she said, and she explained, and she had a friend. We were in a group chat, a wrench chat. I was on her wrench chat, and then her friend from school told her the same thing, something that you're doing wrong with your son, and she broke it off with that friendship too. She told me in the beginning, a speech defect or whatever you want, what is a speech disorder, is not classified as a what's the word now? Disabled.
It's not.
And I went and dropped that, not on purpose, by accident. And she heard me say it. I said disabled. I should have said a speech impediment.
Right.
But you can Google it now. Google it. Ask Google if a speech impediment is considered a disability.
Well, it can be, but that's not my point. What I'm trying to get
I
to
was
is,
rude.
do you think there's
I'm
a
not
line?
Some father figure.
Right. I'm just trying to get to, do you think there was
I'm disabled. I'm the one that's also disabled.
Lionel, you're a grown-ass man. I'm asking you, do you think a line was crossed by you for mentioning her son in any way, shape, or form?
No, her son is part of her YouTube channel. She always uses him as a prop. This is like the same argument that Rose used with me. No. You want to put your kids up online, then they're involved with it. Then they can be spoken about.
Oh, Lionel, you got to be bigger than that.
What do you want me to say?
No, I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to think about it a little bit differently, because people make mistakes all the time. Things that we see, oh my God, you're headed for trouble, right? Like we see the train is going to crash right into them, right? It doesn't help or make it right for us to not just let the train crash in front of them, right? You try to save them from that. So people may see like it's okay to have my son here or whatever, but as older, more seasoned we realize some of the stuff we did when we were younger was not always the smartest decision to make. So in other words, even though you see that can you hear me? Can you hear me? He should be fair game because he's on her channel. But isn't there an adult inside you that says, no matter what, even if she chooses to have him on her live,
carry on.
Every time she's live, that we should, every time she's live, that we should still draw the line at speaking to or about that minor child?
I spoke about it on my channel.
I know.
And he's not so minor. He's as tall as me. He's a grown adult. He's
How
the
old
one
is
that called her a black bitch after I called her a black bitch.
honey?
She is the one that was leading me on. She's a narcissist. She's a narcissist, and she's a narcissist to Zion too. And I'm not the first person to have brought this up. I'm not the first person to have seen it. And it was one step too far for me. You're not been sending me pussy pics. None of you ladies. You hear me? That's disgusting. I think we're gone.
No, we're not gone. I'm sitting here watching your cute self. Even when you're mad, you're cute. And I promise I won't send you a pussy pic.
I also have moral standards.
All you had to do was ask. Don't send me a pussy pic, Leanie. No, I'm
only I never ever brought it up. I mean, this is the beginning of the year. I'm only bringing this up now because I'm defending myself. She's a narcissist. She's a narcissist online. Dolly will agree with me. Jimmy will agree with me. DJ will agree with me that she has a full-on channel and she's a very good panelist. She's a very good artist. Then she will be leading me on, and then she just wants to hear herself speak. That's all. I'm not going to sit and watch her channel, and then she's telling me I must wait for her to speak for 3 hours, and then she doesn't even confront what she wanted to talk about because she's a narcissist. She's a slimy little manipulator of men. That's what she is.
So do you? I like what Rondi says. She says, so as a 15-year-old is used for payback. Do you think that you used her son because you were mad at her?
He works.
Yeah.
No, I gave her advice. It was advice. The advice was that I truly think that the young man has a future, and she's the anchor that's holding her back. And if she doesn't realize she's stuck in a rut herself, thinking that he is her anchor, and it's the other way around. Most of the most famous people in the world are disabled. You can Google them. The most famous people and the smartest people in the world are disabled. This is just life. Elon Musk, Greta Thunberg, the amazing scientists that did quantum physics is more famous, and even Einstein had a speech impediment. Now, if you're offended by me, then that's fine. Stay in your rut. I also am in my own rut, and I was offended by her. I was offended. I did the same with dot underscore, but she's got a thicker skin. Then, as soon as this happened with Sierra, how strange is that? Then Sierra blocks me on Messenger. And then now we can't speak about this. We can't speak this through. And then all of a sudden, Dot has unblocked me and starting to speak with me. As much as I wish I said something more, I wish I said something better. I forgot to say something. When you're in communication with the people all the time, and then they're trying to seed what I do on my channel. That's what they're trying to do. I don't know what they're trying to do. Sometimes I just think it's a hive mind, and they're all working together against Lord Dandy.
Can I tell you something? And I'm looking you straight in the face. And you and I want to be very clear about this. Lionel and I only have a YouTube relationship. We don't talk on Messenger. We don't email back and forth. We have a mutual respect for each other as creators. We couldn't be. We're more than just continents apart. We're two totally different people. But we have. I feel like I can speak for Lionel when I say I do feel respected by him, and I think he knows that I respect him as well. So I just want to make that clear. And this was not a setup to Lionel. It wasn't a setup by me and Lionel or anything like that. This is just me and him being who we are. Now, knowing the Lionel that I know, I'm going to speak to the heart.
I appreciate you for bringing it up because people had to hear me. Thank you.
Yeah,
I have to go. My computer doesn't work.
No, it's okay. And I want them to understand that you didn't set this up. This was just me totally that is asking, about my friend. And
people mustn't take sides. When people argue, people mustn't take sides. That's like childish.
So
you have to love both your parents. That's all.
So can I speak to the heart of Lionel? Because Lionel,
can
you
I
have a
come
big
down
heart.
and then I'll watch you? Because it keeps on breaking up on this.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
I can't.
Okay, so I want to speak to Lionel just
Bye,
a second.
everyone.
Bye, Lionel. Get back in chat because I want to talk to your heart. What I want to say is, I have been in and out of Lionel's chat, just like I've been up on Lionel's panel a couple of times, and I've enjoyed the hospitality. Lionel has a heart. As a creator, people think they really know you because they hear you, right? There are very few people that know the real who I am, and who I can be and what I can be. Just like anybody here. I mean, it's all a persona online, right? It's like being an actress or being an actor, or, Grandpa said I was going to be famous someday. He didn't tell me it was going to be a whole 1,000 people on YouTube that were going to like me. But I want to speak to the heart to Lionel because I know Lionel has a heart and I've seen his vulnerable side that he doesn't like to show people. And I get that. I understand that a lot. I understand not wanting to show your vulnerable side because you've been hurt a lot. So I want to speak this to him. I know wherever it is that you're thinking place, whether it be down by the river or laying in bed at night or driving in your car or whatever, there's a time that you take to redo things and rethink things, and you have a conscience. So you feel there are times that you do feel bad. And I think there's been those times since you and Sierra have had this falling out that you have felt bad for the way things went down, as far as maybe not the whole thing, but the part of just using her son. And I'm going to ask you, I don't know if you'll ever be given the opportunity. I think you will one day when it doesn't sting so bad. But I'm going to ask you to look in your heart of hearts. You're the adult. No matter how tall he looks, no matter how manly he looks, no matter that he holds a job, no matter how he speaks to his mom, lovingly or not lovingly. Listen, teenagers suck sometimes. Little assholes. He's still a minor child. His brain is not formed well, all the way, it's not until the age of 25. This is full frontal brain finished developing that he could even hold a candle to being able to talk with an adult on a toe-to-toe level. So whenever you go to that place and you've had time to think and your heart is soft, I just want you to think about, how you would feel if it was your minor child. No matter how mad you are at that person or whatever. And I think you're going to be able to see, because you and I've had this conversation over Rose's grandchild before, that children are off limits no matter what. No matter how much you hate their parents, no matter what, no matter what, they're off limits. And you know that. I really do care about you. I really do. I care about you, Lionel, and you know, I know at first you didn't like me at all. You couldn't stand me. I know all that, and that's okay. But I know there's a very, very soft side to you. And I hope that one day when it all doesn't sting so bad, the friendship and how it ended and all that, that you can come to that and realize that that part you have to take the blame for. You could double down on his mom, Lionel. You could double down on the narcissism if that's what you think she is. You could stand up for yourself. All of that is normal. And all of that you absolutely should do. And I encourage everybody, do not be anybody's walking man. Nobody. But no matter what, you don't get back at somebody by attacking your children in any way. And maybe you don't look at that as an attack. But we don't have the right to even speak their names. I know his name. I would never say his name. Not on here. So, anything else that's happened between you two, that's between you two. And I'm only telling you this because I care about both of you. And you guys had a great relationship before. You guys made me laugh. And if it never gets back to that, I hope a big lesson's learned by everybody, no matter what. Children, until they're of the age of 18, I guess. For me, it's between 18 and 21. We don't even speak their names. Not going to speak their names. We're all adult. Listen, when you are tearing down a child in any sort of way, you're worse than those playground bullies that used to bully the hell out of us on the playground. You're worse because we're now adults and we know how it feels, and we're bullying a child. I don't think you're the ogre. You know me better than that. I don't think that of you at all. Are you kidding me? I'm only saying this because I care about both of you. And I know you both are hurting. I could see it in your eyes when you took off your glasses. I care about you. I genuinely care about you. That's all. I'm not degrading you or downgrading you or trying to beat you up for anything. Listen, I make mistakes every damn day of my life, big and little. But I have to confront them mistakes and not make excuses for them. It's the right thing to do. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm sorry if I offended you. In no way, shape, or form did I try to offend you or anybody else. I just wanted to know. That's all. Lisa H., it's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Hey, guys, 35 people up in chat. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up, the thumbs down. It really don't matter to me. We just want to make sure the algorithm knows that we're here. But you don't hide behind your kids like Tina. Hell no, I don't. No. My kids, you know, I'd rather listen, I'm going to come out fighting for my kids, and my kids are shit. I don't even know. I think my kids are 40, 39. She just turned 39 this week. So that means Huck is 37, gonna turn 38. And then, oh fuck, I can't even remember. But I got kids, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm a mama bear. I will come out and beat the hell out of people over my kids. Listen, you fuck with my kids, and they're grown ass adults, and they got as big a mouths as me when they need to. But I'm still gonna have the bigger mouth, and you better get a restraining order against me because I'm coming for you. Yeah, we're growing and learning every day. Lisa says, Anoni prays, people have had hard childhoods or lived through trauma, often do. Sometimes all they need is permission. Weird that anyway, you have complete permission to stand up for yourself. Yes. I've always had such a hard time standing up for myself. You know, I've gotten a lot better at it. When I got a divorce the very first time, I remember walking away down that road, and I said, I will never let anybody treat me that way again. I am worth so much more than that. So much more. I haven't fully embraced that, but I guarantee you, I give people respect until they don't deserve my respect. I am that type. I don't believe in that respect is earned thing. No. Why? You don't have nothing to prove to me. I respect you just for being a human. And it's your choice what you do with it. Some people aren't like that. My husband is not like that. My husband's sitting back side-eyeing your ass and will let you know when he respects you or if he likes you. Me, I'm just like, oh, love, come on, let's have coffee. You know, I respect you right away. Now, do I get hurt more than he does? Yeah, because I automatically just love people. Genuinely. I'm not just saying that. I genuinely love people. And I genuinely love. My husband says somehow I bring home the needy ones. And we're not talking about any of my bonus kids. We're talking about people who end up becoming like my friends, and then they become exhausted. But I know, this is what I know about the people that come into my life, and I'm not talking about online life, I'm talking about my personal life. And I've got a lot of strays. And I think I learned this from my mom. I know those people that come into my life that are wayward and just need love and just need uplifting, as exhausting as that gets at times. I know they're only there for a season. I know they will not be with me long because they're looking for something. Once they get it and their tank is full of it, then they can fly away. And that's what happens. It's happened every time. The first couple of times it happened to me that I thought, damn, I thought we were friends. I thought they were my friends. It was very hurtful when they left. But then I got kind of an epiphany, you know, like, my God, you know, God puts people in our lives for a short time, and they're only meant to leave footprints on our heart, right? And then there are those that stay and they hold your heart. And those types of people who drain the hell out of you because you're constantly lifting and constantly lifting, they will fly away. And you let them fly away because they left you in a much better place than where you found them. Right? All right, guys, that does it for me. Enough for me. I love you guys so much. I appreciate you guys being here. Hit the thumbs up, hit the thumbs down. You do you. I will be back later today doing some Koberger Q&A, and also just case discussion with Maggie. So thanks everybody for hanging out with me for 5 fucking hours. I appreciate it so much. You guys are good people. If you can't be good at it. If you can't be good at it, listen, get your camera out, take pictures, take videos, send it over to me and Maggie, because we need some good content. Love you guys. Bye.